Welcome back to the stream. Good evening, good day, good morning, wherever you are. Welcome back to Genshin Impact. Yeah, it's a little bit different. I think in the Go Live message I called it Serenity Pod Time instead of Tea Time and 14. Slight change of plans. Unfortunately, the stuff with our static is still a bit finicky at the moment. One of our members was seriously ill over the last couple of weeks, and that's why we obviously did the re-clears on Thursday, but we don't want to put that one team member through too much, so we had to cancel raid today, unfortunately. We had to cancel our T-Proc. We did manage a little bit on Thursday. We still continued because at that point a team member was feeling better. And so we did continue with T, and we actually saw the beginning of phase 2, which was pretty cool. Obviously, it has the best music in it, right? Wait, what's it actually called? Shit, I forget the name. Well, the Brute Justice music, isn't it called Brute Justice something? I think it is. When the trumpets start up at the beginning of phase 2 after Limit Cut, right? That's really, really awesome. Obviously, a couple of people were dead at that point because of Limit Cut, so phase 2 did only last a couple of seconds, but it was still nice hearing that transition once again. But yeah, unfortunately, we had to cancel raid today. So we're going to switch over to Genshin Impact because there's really not a lot that I would be able to do in 14 other than raiding. Obviously I could go into PF and do extremes or whatever, but I don't think that would be really fun. And I also want to continue Genshin Impact. Before I heard the raid cancellation today, I was sort of debating going live with Genshin Impact anyways, but I had to chill a little bit. I was really tired today for some reason. Probably because of work, and I woke up really early today. Well, not that early, but certainly earlier than what I would have wanted to wake up at. So I guess here we are. The good thing is, though, I did a little bit of chill grinding off stream, which means that we can dive straight into questing at this point, right? So the things that I actually did was, I spent the resin that I had. I also did that yesterday and Friday, doing the dailies, obviously, spending the resin on stuff that I needed. And I managed to get quite a few things done. I kind of want to reach the next stage of the Adventurer Handbook, which I haven't really upgraded that for a very, very long time, which is partly because of the way that I'm sort of leveling up my characters, or I was leveling up my characters up until this point. In a way, I've changed that slightly. So in the past, I think what I did was I was practically leveling everything at the same time. And I'm still doing that in a way, just the only difference is that in the past, I think, for example, all of my characters were at like level 50, right? And then I brought everyone up to level 51, and then level 52, level 53, and so on. Which is kind of a boring way to level in Genshin Impact. Not only doesn't it doesn't really help you that much in terms of increasing your stats, but it also, it makes things even slower than leveling everything at the same time. Like usually, and I think sort of the way that Genshin Impact is built up, or the way that I think they kind of intend you to do things, is to level up sort of the main team or something first, which in a way I don't know if that's actually true. Obviously it would help to do that, but you definitely need at least a second team for the Spiral Abyss challenge anyways, right? Which is 8 characters. and I don't have that many more. If you're actually, well, I mean, I haven't played for a very long time either, right? So obviously I would have a lot more characters probably at this point had I actually played throughout all of last year. But yeah, I think they kind of intend to do like a bit more vertical leveling, I would call it, right? Rather than horizontal leveling, where you're keeping everything at the same level. But that being said, I still managed to get a couple of things in. So the main things that I managed is to level Jean up to 70, level her weapon up to 70. I had my main char already leveled up, and I also leveled up my main char's talents. Not only the ones, like both the talents from the wind tree as well as the talents from the earth tree. And then I ascended my character, my MC, I ascended him to level 5, and also ascended the weapon to level 5 because they require that as well for the adventurer handbook, right? I didn't level them up to 80 though. That's something for the future, right? I'm going to do that once I have brought everybody up to 70. That being said though, well, I then moved on to Jean, and she's now level 70 as well. Her weapon is level 70. I haven't ascended her though, and I'm going to refrain from ascending any characters until I've leveled everybody up, right? I don't want to be grinding for all of those materials if I'm not going to level them up to 80 anyways, right? So 70 is my goal currently, and you need Ascension level 4 to get there, right? So that's my goal for every character. Get them to Ascension level 4 and level them up to 70. And, well, yeah, I did that with Jean, and I leveled her talents up to level 6, which is the maximum that you can do on level 70. And then I also increased her artifacts a little bit. On the artifact side, I'm still struggling a little bit because I don't really have that many options in terms of where I could go. It's not that I don't necessarily have enough artifacts, it's more that, well, the options are kind of limited, right? Getting good artifacts with where the set bonus is good as well as the actual stats on the artifacts, and they're also like fitting the specific talents that a character might have, isn't actually that easy, especially since I haven't really grinded or I haven't really specifically targeted grinding artifacts at all, right? Because it was still like I'm mainly focusing on the upgrade materials and that kind of stuff, and I wanted to get back to artifacts as soon as I'm still leveling them, obviously, right? Because that's also my next thing is I need 4 more artifacts that are level 4 or above, or like rarity 4 or above. I need 4 more of them upgraded to 16, which is my current maximum that I can upgrade them to, in order to reach the next station of my, or next level of my adventurer handbook, right? So that's my current goal. And Xiangling, I think her name is, right, with the pepper cooking teddy bear flame thing. I leveled her up to 70 as well, and her weapon as well, and that's where I'm currently at. I still need to upgrade her talents, which is not something that I'm going to do today. And I also spent quite a lot of money doing all of that, so that's also something that I probably need to invest into in the future to get more money as well, which is going to take away my resin, obviously. I still have some of the resin that replenishes your resin by 60, right? You get those for, all kinds of quests and stuff like that. So I could theoretically probably grind and farm quite a bit still more, but doing that right now isn't really worth it because I want to continue the story as well. It's just that obviously I want to spend the resin that I get every day to focus on the things that I still want to improve, which again right now is getting more artifacts. I need 4 more artifacts at level 16. That's sort of my main goal. Secondary goal is leveling up Zhengling's talents, and after that it's getting money, and then obviously continuing the story and actually continuing with well, the world at large and everything. There is a ton of things that I still need to do. I have a ton of quests that I can still do. I also saw a ton of quests sort of on the map appearing here and there when I was like traveling around. I just didn't really want to take them on because I don't know, that might lock you out of something else, whatever. So what are we doing right now? That is, we're going to continue with, I wrote it in the title as Chapter 1, Act 4, Prologue is what the quest is called, or rather what it says in the quest's title. And we can go right in. So let's leave photo mode here. So the quest that I want to do is this one. Dane's Life is the person that I met. And yeah, it's called Chapter 1, Act 4, Prelude. And I think, so Act 3 is where I left off, right? That's, I think, the whole Mondstadt thing is basically the intro to the whole game, right? And then they continue on. The actual Chapter 1 is all of the Liyue stuff. And the Liyue stuff ended, at least for me, that's when I stopped playing. It ended with Act 3, which was the whole Adepti thing, all of that, right? And last time that I streamed Genshin, we actually started this quest already. We met Dane's Life, and he talked about some interesting stuff, especially some interesting stuff concerning our sister, or MC's sister, whatever you want to call her. And I do remember that we saw her in a cutscene, sort of apparently being the head of the Abyss Order, which is where all the mage enemies come from. So I'm really not quite sure what that's supposed to mean, what that is all about, right? That's certainly something really, really interesting that we might want to check out. So let me just see one more thing here. Yeah, all right. Audio's all right. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to actually finding that out, because everything that we did at the beginning of the game in Mondstadt and then in Liyue as well, nothing of that ever really related back to the intro cutscene that you get, where we are dropped into this world. I mean, remember, we are sort of an outsider, right? We came from somewhere else within the universe or something, sort of jumped or were pulled into this dimension. Or rather, we are someone capable of visiting different worlds or different dimensions, different planets. We actually don't really know what that means, but we were trapped in this one, right? And obviously we lost our sister, or we couldn't find her. Something happened to her, might have happened to her, whatever. I think at the very beginning of the game, I sort of speculated that she might have either lost her memories or just maybe has a different approach to getting out of this situation. But that's definitely something that will probably be quite interesting. So let's continue with this quest. Let's see what Dane's Life is about. I think, yeah, he actually mentioned this domain, right? Which apparently for some reason we need to get back into, because there was, I think the Abyss Order came back or something. Obviously I have no clue what we originally did in this thing or what it was about. Also, I guess I'm going to stay with this team. Although if we're going to enter it, I can probably change my team anyways, right? And also, is it just me, or does he look... I mean, well, maybe not. I thought he looked oddly similar to the main Char. But maybe that's a bit of a stretch.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
Yeah, thanks, Jean. Because I guess the main Char has sort of a generic design. Not quite sure. But let's check out what this is about.
This abandoned temple does bear some marks of the Abyss.
I mean, we probably fought against the Abyss Order here, I'd imagine, right? Since I think they definitely... So the Abyss Order, while they weren't really part of the whole Liyue story, I think it was like heavily hinted at the Abyss Order being behind the problems that we had with the... What's it called? Stormbearer? The big dragon that attacked Mondstadt?
The Falcon of the West. Though it can soar in the wind, it ultimately does naught but hover under the light of the gods.
Yeah, this... Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, it's nothing. Let's head inside.
Just explain, dude. Why being so cryptic? It doesn't help anybody. Into the Temple of the Falcon. Yeah, okay, let's see. Can I think... So this should be a different... Abyssal... let's... Wait. What was this originally? Explore Windy Cliff. I think this was... Is this domain, like, actually nothing interesting other than... This is the original one, right? I think you enter this one to unlock one of your first characters. Either Kaya or Lisa, probably. Or maybe even Amber. No, wait a second. This says Fire, right? I think this is actually where you unlock Amber, to be completely honest. And I thought most of the domains are actually reused for challenges, but apparently not. Apparently this was never really entered again, or never really played a role in anything ever again. It is interesting, though, that it says recommended party level 79, even though it's a main quest. That seems pretty high. The Abyssal traces have led you back here. Will the Abyss Herald rear its head and let you witness its transformation brought upon by the Abyssal Gospel? Whatever does that mean? Absolutely no idea. I mean, I think my sort of main team is fine here, right? That should be... I mean, these monsters don't seem too complicated, so let's just go in with this. Again, as I said, I leveled up Jean and Jungling. I could obviously also take my main Char, since he's also leveled up, but we need Chongyun, and Fischl is just great in general, so I think let's just go in like this. Should be fine. And I guess we just need to complete it.
The scent of the Abyss is getting stronger. It's not far now.
Lila wonders what the Abyss Heralds look like. Do they look something like the Abyss Mages?
Let's head further in first. If we do see that creature, that'll spare me the explanation either way.
Is this an introduction to a completely new enemy type? That might also be really interesting. Also, didn't we in the past sometimes get access to like a fifth character if they were in the with this case sort of part of the party? Also, I mean, let's just I think I'm just gonna take, let's see, this lasts for quite a long time, right? Just wanna, since it's just a green meal, I want to get rid of it over time. Bye-bye. Yeah, they're not really strong at all, aren't they? And we also get some chests in here, very cool. That hopefully gets me a couple more artifacts to level up. Some other artifacts, although it'll probably also, or most likely will only be really for one.
A touch of frost, as you wish, main Fräulein.
It's a bit annoying that they're all ranged. What? When I press R2.
From whence you came?
Oh, hi. Where did you come from?
Nice and spicy. Eat this! But go as one!
Wind, hear me.
I do sometimes wonder, though, like,
One with my
if you die, right? If you're doing domain challenges or like any type of content really, and you die, they actually show you sort of an overview as to how strong you are compared to the content that you're attempting. And it has like 4 different things in it. Oh, hi there. It has 4 different sort of, what do you want to call it, like measurements? So one is like your artifact strength, one is your actual level, then I think one is your like other equipment, like weapons. What is the 4th one then? It's just interesting to me that in that particular case, when you die, they actually show you the specific listing, how strong some of your equipment and stuff like that in artifacts is compared to what it should be for the challenge that you're attempting. But then when you're actually entering a domain like this, they instead just show you the level and say, this is recommended for 79 and you're not 79. So it's
Onwards.
right. But
we have work to do.
as you can see, I don't really struggle with these enemies, probably because I've also leveled my artifacts and other stuff, right? So, yeah, I kind of wonder, honestly, why they don't just have that same sort of listing in terms of what you've already done or something when you start these challenges, right? That's a little bit strange to me. Why they would not utilize the same system in this case.
Odds reveal thy out of the frying pan.
Swift and merciful.
Because these things are really weak, right? I mean, I've attempted a lot more complicated challenges.
From whence you came.
Nice and spicy. Shadow Raven.
Oh, that was a bit of overkill. I didn't actually think that he was the last enemy, but sure. Are there like more, I don't want to climb that. Let's just collect everything that's here. I wonder if there's some hidden chests as well. I don't necessarily think there are, but you never know. What is this anyway? Just activated the door, right? I mean, I really like these dungeons. I kind of wish they would be a bit more, a little bit more complicated or challenging. Not really. That's not... Like, since this is story as well, I don't want to be, like... I don't want it to take up too much time, in a way.
Wind, hear me.
But then again...
Boba, get them.
Forth, my blade.
Wait. Oh. I think he fell out of the level for a second there.
Spirit blade. Attack.
Odds reveal the
Just a few abyss mages? Seems like that herald might have already left.
Could you tell me more about the Abyss Order?
The Abyss. It is chaos, and it is also destruction.
Yeah, thanks.
It is a morass of inconceivable madness that encroaches upon this world's very foundations.
Can you be even more broader than that, please?
That is why even the Dragon of the East, a servant of a deity, was unable to resist its corrosive powers. And the creatures of the Abyss desire nothing less than the overthrow of a world ruled by the Archons.
Do the Archons still really exist, though? I mean, in a way they do. I know, right? I mean, we know. But they don't really seem too compelled to actually do anything or rule over anything. isn't that the whole sort of thing that has been a running theme throughout the story so far? That the Archons, while technically still existing in places, and also, I mean, I guess Venti did come to the dragon's rescue in a way, but they are still not really as involved in matters of the world as you might think they would be.
You seem to know a lot about the Abyss, Dane.
Does he, though? I mean, he was so vague that, I mean, literally anybody could have said that about our opponent.
Well, we do have some history. I suppose that's as far as chit-chat goes. We should head to Wolvendom. Judging by the traces I'm following, their next appearance may be within the territory of that old wolf. Perhaps we may find our Abyss Herald there.
Okay. Seems a bit random as well, but sure. That's it. I mean, see what I mean? Why do they recommend level 79? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, to be completely honest. Okay. Let's get to Wolvendom then, huh? The only, like, the thing that I kind of hate about this place is that it's so difficult to get to. If you teleport here, you have to climb a bunch. If you teleport here, you have to run a bunch. Either way. I mean, in this case, I'm going to teleport here, simply because since it's story and everything, I kind of like to take the proper path to it. But it's still just, it is a tiny bit annoying, in my opinion. So this is the actual way, right? I do want to check out quickly, though, if there is a fishing spot here, since I haven't really fished since unlocking it. Oh, whoopsie. Hi. What are you guys doing here?
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
One with my blade.
Oh, wait, what? Might be a good case to farm some arrowheads. Whoa. Is there anything here? Not really. I'm very much looking forward to exploring the new area, though, because that's one of the best things that this game has to offer, actually, just exploring the environment. I mean, there's a guy sitting down there, but other than that, it doesn't really seem like there is. Okay, that thing is already solved, but for some reason there is a... there are these things here that I haven't really done. I need to switch to Amber for that, though.
Outrider Amber,
Let's switch her in real quick. Nice.
wow, these will come in handy.
I wonder if they actually included some of these things later on, or if I really just never have been here. Because it certainly does feel like they sometimes just randomly add new chests into the world, but then again, there are so many, right, that you might actually really just not find all of them. I mean, that's certainly true in, for example, Breath of the Wild, in terms of the horror seats, right, which is kind of the point. They just included so many that you were bound to find more than enough, right? But it still means that you probably also ran by just a million of them. And I also still really, like, you could definitely make a point of the graphics of Genshin being just a tiny bit generic, right? But at the same time, well, I wouldn't really agree with that in a way. Like they're certainly not the most unique, right? But they're also still pretty good in a lot of ways. Oh, that was the chili. I need to remember that. So one thing that I actually unlocked by getting Xiangling to 70 is that now the teddy bear actually drops a chili when he despawns. And apparently if you eat that, you increase your pyro damage by like 10% or something. So you just need to pick it up. I don't know, does it display that somewhere? I don't think it really does. But yeah, that's kind of a neat thing, I think.
Nice and spicy.
That does that. Oh. Are they protecting something? Not really. Also, well, since I leveled up so much stuff, right? I'm really struggling with the with all of the materials, so I don't have many level up materials anymore. I don't really have many what is it called? Like not character level up materials. Weapon materials. I don't have them anymore either, so at least not a lot, right? I still have one, a couple obviously, but not that many, so...
Well, we're in Wolfendom now. Think Dane's waiting for us up ahead?
Well, hopefully. I don't want to find the wolf.
Quick, in case the wolves decide they don't like him.
I wonder if the, what's his name? The character that's involved with the wolf? Razor, I think? Wonder if he appears if we hang around this place.
Lord of Wolvendom. Great Wolf King of the North, sharp of fang and keen of claw, and yet dwelling here only.
Dwelling here only? I mean, what else is he supposed to do? You familiar with that wolf?
No, nor does it know me. I only know these things because a previous traveling companion of mine once wanted to hear its story. All right. Let's go see if that Abyss Herald has stopped by here.
Well, where do we begin? Are you standing here because of these strange bonfires, Dane?
Oh, I thought, like, for some reason I thought that he may have created these
Indeed.
to keep warm,
See
but...
that? Floating above the flames? It's an abyssal spell.
Well, it's surely nice that they're so easy to spot.
Knowing what I do of the Order's habits, they've probably left similar marks behind elsewhere. Let's have a look nearby.
I still think somehow that the voice acting... I don't know, the voice acting is okay, but it just feels very generic as well. Like, they didn't actually... I feel like they didn't actually give the voice actors much of direction in any way, right? They just were looking for a specific kind of voice, and then that's pretty much it. Which, you know...
There's another one of those bonfires.
It's a bit unfortunate because it makes the dialogue seem really...
The Abyss really has been around here.
Like, even though...
Yikes! Where did these monsters pop out from? Let's clear them out, and quick!
Like, even though the voice acting isn't bad by any stretch of the imagination, it's just very... It feels very generic, doesn't it? It doesn't really feel like the characters have much character at all, in a way. And that's unfortunate, because I do think that the voice actors are really good that they're using here, right? But, it's just sadly not that interesting. And, well, the fact that the dialogue often is written fairly generic as well doesn't help. I mean, the quest in and of itself is interesting, I feel like, and it definitely feels like it will lead to some interesting plays or to some interesting discovery, but
Do you think that those monsters by the
I don't
bonfire
know.
are under the Abyss Order's control? Looks kind of scary. Let's beat them up first.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Forth, my blade.
And I still think that we definitely should have like an actual indication of whether or not the cooldowns are up of everybody else.
You came.
Just a bit unfortunate since you can't really see that, right?
Let's go check. Looks like this
Oh,
bonfire's
shit.
also got something to do with the Abyss.
Yeah, thanks, Paimon. I didn't actually want to cut Paimon off there, but then again... But yeah, I don't know. Also, I've seen somebody play through Persona 5 Royal just recently, and you know, the voice acting in that game really makes you appreciate what's possible with good like direction and stuff like that, right? If they really have an idea of what a character is supposed to be like, and here it literally just sounds like a demo reel for voice acting, right? Like very good from a sort of technical perspective, but also kind of bland.
Have you finished searching?
We found lots of signs of the
I
Abyss Order.
searched around these parts and found some signs myself. But they were left behind by Abyss mages, and there was no deeper abyssal power to them. It seems that even an Abyss Herald would not wish to make trouble with the Wolf King of the North.
Well, that's good then, because I defeat this wolf every week, meaning that the Abyss Heralds probably aren't stronger than it?
We should leave
I
as
guess.
well. If there's anything praiseworthy about that old wolf, it's his territorial nature.
But now we're out of leads. Are we going to have to give up?
No. There is one more place we can go. Let's get a move on then. I'll wait for you at Storm Terror's lair.
Cool. So this whole thing was kind of pointless. Could have told him from the beginning that we probably should have started looking here. Then again, that's maybe only because I saw the cutscene, right? And we saw the person that very much looked like MC's sister standing like somewhere on the cliffs here, right? I also wonder, I just have to say that, right? So, when the game first started, well, we already know, I think they pretty much very early on said that this mountain was going to be sort of the first major expansion of the map. Looking at how big it seems to be now, that's kind of insane how much there is left or how much new stuff there is to discover. I just find it strange, since you would have thought that the map doesn't expand towards the east at all, right? It very much looks like the continent just ends here. And I kind of wonder what made them go east instead of west, where there seems to be a lot more landmass still to discover. I don't really know why they did that, to be honest, but I guess maybe we'll find out. It's just a very interesting choice, I guess. In the end, it doesn't matter, right? The important part is that we have new stuff, new areas to discover.
I've heard about what happened to you during Mondstadt's crisis. When you came, this place was known as Storm Terror's lair. But I suppose that this place is more lair than Storm Terror at this point. In fact, if my memory serves, this ruin has had largely nothing to do with that dragon for a long time. The first time I laid eyes upon the ruins of Old Mondstadt, the dragon of the East had yet to fall, much less come to nest in this place.
I completely forgot about that this place was actually Mondstadt previously, I guess. Do we know, like, since when the new city existed? I don't know if that was ever said at some point during the story. Again, I mean, it's been a very long time since I did that, so I'm not really sure on that.
Huh? But Paimon remembers that Dvalin first got in trouble hundreds of years ago.
Don't think too much about it.
What?
Do you remember the light actuators that once sealed this ruin? If the Abyss Order is interested in this location, then they will not neglect those mechanisms. Let's go see what the situation is at those light actuators.
Surely handy that they have such a specific name, but alright. Oops. Let's see. It's also quite handy that we've got teleport points nearby. Right, these were the things that we had to activate. I don't know, was that a quest or was that some other thing?
Look! Okay. There are lots of monsters gathered over there.
Wouldn't necessarily call lots, but sure.
One with my blade.
Odds, reveal thyself. Go as one.
Kind of insane how much AoE damage that can deal to a lot of enemies.
Boba, get them.
A touch of frost.
Go as one.
Spirit blade.
Also, I forget to constantly eat the chili pepper. Kind of need to remember that exists. Oh wait, what?
Wings of darkness. Come, sever night.
That's more enemies than I thought there would be.
Wind, hear me.
Bam! That's gonna give it to them, hopefully. I do hate the shield sometimes because they're so kind of annoying to get through. Cool, cool. They actually have a lot of health for some reason.
I
swear by my sword.
One with my blade.
Ah, great. Now they replenish their frickin' shields.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Well, that's a nice position. Wait, are they being healed by something? Am I an idiot for just attacking them instead of the mages? Maybe? Oh, for fuck's sake. Whoa, that was... What the fuck? Just... What? What just dealt so much damage? Oh yeah, they are being healed. I'm an idiot. I actually attacked a completely wrong enemy, I feel like. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Spirit blade.
Ooh, that was kind of lucky.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Wind, hear me.
Alright, can you stop, like, attacking me at the side of this frickin' cliff? Where the fuck did that... Now I don't... Oh, there he is. Come here, you idiot. Oh, for fuck's sake. What the hell is hitting me? Oh, they're, like, throwing some kind of weird bomb over to me, I think. Finally. Fucking hell, that was annoying. Oh, well, actually, he at least came after me.
Forth, my blade.
Barbados, guide us.
What? Oh, didn't want to...
Oz, reveal thy...
Alright, can we now please just kill these guys? I mean, it was kind of dumb. If I had gone for the mages right away, this would probably not taken long at all. But, yeah, whatever. It is slightly annoying because that happens, like, in a few places where enemies are sort of stuck on edges or they fall down somewhere else. And I mean, it's not really a big issue at all, but it can be quite annoying if you just want to fight and then they like fall down or whatever the fuck.
I wouldn't call not having to gaze upon such a creature a shame exactly. Still, I do believe that you will come across one eventually.
Where were you, by the way? Why didn't you help us fight?
No, you're right. If it's a really powerful monster, it would be best to go around it.
It's not that powerful, Paimon. We've already learned that.
How good it would be if all perils one encounters in their journeys could simply be solved by going around them.
Speaking from experience, are we?
Once upon a time, yes. I simply have experience from adventuring together with that traveling companion.
Can you fucking please elaborate on what that means?
You know, Dane, you keep talking about that person this and that person that.
Yeah, thank you. Paimon actually finally brings up that point.
Where are they now, anyway?
She no longer travels. I'm afraid that traveling can be too exhausting at times.
Maybe he's talking about somebody else?
Oh,
But yeah, I mean, can you just please be specific?
well, why are you traveling alone then?
Why the freaking... that's just really annoying, right? Why would characters... It doesn't make any sense that he would be this cryptic. Like, at all.
I still have some things left unfinished. Once they are done, I too will return home to rest.
I mean, well, there might be a reason for it, but it feels kind of frustrating, right? Listening to him.
Yep, and it's good to have a home to come back to, isn't it? We camp out a lot when we travel.
We have a teapot now, though.
Hey, once you find your sibling, we should find a place to stay too, shouldn't we? Mondstadt's Fisherman's Toast is pretty tasty, but Liyue's one-man restaurant is great too. Either way, we should settle down in a place where there's good food.
Getting a bit ahead of ourselves, I think.
Home. Well, it won't be too late to think about where you stay once your journey reaches its end.
I do like the music, though. It's not that special, but it's still, like, it conveys what it's trying to convey really well, in my opinion.
While you're still traveling, you should...
What? Sense something familiar on that cliff.
Huh? What's familiar?
Felt it for a moment the previous time we came here, too.
A familiar feeling, you say? It could be someone you know well, or perhaps a monster.
Why would the Abyss be our first guess?
Whichever it is, we should see it for ourselves, and thus see clearly. We can reach the top of that cliff from over there. Let's go.
Might also be able to
Dane
fast
moves
travel
really
to it,
fast,
but
doesn't he? Let's use that wind current nearby to catch up.
well, if he teleports over there after the cutscene, then obviously he's fast. Also, I got that weird, like that gadget that you're able to get when you reach Mondstadt reputation level, I think it's 6. That lets you essentially store wind energy and then release it to fly up. But unfortunately, well, there's actually 2 very negative things about it. Well, first of all, it needs to be charged, right? Which is slightly annoying. But second of all, you can only ever equip one gadget for some weird reason. You know, if you press L1, you have, like, literally... Like, why are people constantly trying to join me? What the fuck? But you have, like, literally 3 free slots here, right? Triangle, square, and X. But the only button you can actually, like, set for yourself is circle. So you can only ever equip one gadget, which is... Why? I really don't get it. They finally made the radial menu customizable, I don't know when they did that, but it was certainly not the case when I was playing back then. You couldn't do it. And now they have this shit, where you have 3 free buttons that they could be used for other gadgets if you wanted to, but can't, because you can only equip one at a time. No idea why they decided to do that. I mean, I know that those buttons are used for different things. So, for example, L1 plus X is used to place items while you're in the Serenity Pod. But, you know, that function only needs to exist within the Serenity Pod, right? Why would I be able to put other things there when I'm not in there? I don't get it. It's such a weird decision.
Can you still sense that familiar feeling that you spoke of earlier?
Oh, it's still nearby, alright.
It doesn't feel like there's anything around here. No monsters, no people, nothing.
Indeed. There doesn't seem to be anything strange about this place. It doesn't look any different from the last time I was here.
I mean, didn't you already tell us that he's been here multiple times? I mean, since he also knows about this place, you can assume that that's pretty much the case, right?
My traveling companion brought me here on our previous journey.
So, Dane, what about you? What's your favorite place?
Why are we interested in that?
Me? I no longer remember. I merely followed my traveling companion around on that journey. That's all there was to it.
Sounds boring. Like what?
Huh? A ruin guard's footprint. A ruin guard was wandering around here?
Ooh, are we, like...
No peace to be found. Even for a single dandelion.
What the fuck are you on about? Are we not going to continue this way? Wait, where is this anyway? It's over here?
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
Would be really interested to see what's beyond this point. Maybe at some point, huh? But yeah, so I don't know what they're trying to do here, right? He's supposed to come off as mysterious, I guess. But, like, the way he so purposefully avoids any kind of clear explanation about anything is just, like, why? He could just not talk and it would be better, right? The music's really good, though. Yeah, that's when we came here. That was actually a very cool cutscene, the introduction to the game.
What's gotten into you? You were just spacing out.
I could feel her.
Huh? You mean your sister?
Maybe she left behind... I mean, we know from that one cutscene that she probably was here at some point. Maybe she actually left behind some kind of trail?
But how could that be? You only touched that dandelion for a second.
Again, like the sort of the main story or the background to the main story is incredibly well done, I feel like. Like, it's really, really cool and mysterious what they've set up there. It's just that it hasn't really played a role at all up until this point. Like, not really. Obviously, it's the reason why we are helping people to find somebody who might know something about MC's sister, right? But I always thought that it was a really cool setup. The rest of the story was kind of alright. It has, both the Monster part and Liyue sort of have their own problems, right? Mainly, I feel like that they're actually too straightforward. The whole, like, Adepti thing in Liyue especially is sort of weird because, well, nobody really seems to be too bothered by the fact that gods sort of apparently literally walk among the people. I don't know. I don't really want to get too deep into that, but yeah. Let's see where this goes, because I really, really like the setup of the basic setup of the main story. The reason why we are here, right?
Perhaps that dandelion bears some sort of scent that only you recognize.
Yeah, of course we recognize the scent of our sister. I mean, what?
As for why, has it perhaps experienced something related to you?
Yeah.
You're saying some real confusing stuff. Paimon doesn't get it at all.
What was confusing about that? Okay, regardless, I have to get to the bottom of it.
Do not rush.
Why?
Vexation and anxiety are the enemy of rational thought. Your journey has only just begun, has it not?
So, are you telling me that... What? I need to play the entire game before actually getting to the end?
At least you now know that she is still on this world.
That's true.
At this time, the most important thing is the journey to find her itself.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to do right now. Why should I hold off on that?
Yes, and this is something you must keep in mind as the meaning behind your journey.
What the fuck are you going on about? How can you say so many words with so little meaning?
May you find your kin at the end of that journey. Well then, let us part ways here for now.
Like, that's the thing, right? He literally said nothing. He said, oh yeah, you're trying to find your sister. Well, then you're gonna journey around and find your sister. Like, what the fuck? Of course there's gonna be a journey there. It's... Whatever.
You're leaving? Already?
Only for now. Don't worry. We will meet again.
Cool.
After all, I did take 500 mora and those 3 answers you gave me.
Years of destiny. Whatever that means. I do really like the music. Did you never really notice that before? I mean, this has to have some significance, right? And judging by the fact that we can't go this way, probably means that this story still hasn't continued. We will be reunited. So this is the next part of the story, huh? Go near the Adventurers Guild bulletin board. You hear from Ganyu and Lan that the treasure hoarders of Mondstadt and Liyue have banded together and plan to get involved in some ruins associated with the Abyss Order. Fearing the chaos that the treasure hoarders might cause through their involvement, you take up the commission and investigate. Okay. What is this? Talk to Iris when the trail goes cold? The Mondstadt Adventurers Guild appears to be recruiting adventurers for a new and ambitious adventure. And these, there are so many other quests as well. I hope I don't actually miss those because, well, you only find them if you actually get close to the specific people, right, on the map. Why is this considered a world quest? Or is this the current event? Is that why it's called a world quest? Well, I mean, we're going to continue with this for now, right? With the actual story that I started. I guess the achievement is just you finish this part, right? Complete the quest Bowkeeper Dane's life. Nice. So Wonders of the World, those are all the, like, quote-unquote normal achievements for everything? 2020. Kind of insane, right? Doesn't feel like it's been 1.5 years since this game came out. I mean, well, it did feel like a very long time that I left, but then again, it didn't really feel like that at all at the same time, which is kind of a weird way to describe it, but... I don't know how else to put it, to be completely honest. Also, I think I'm getting close to... I'm actually exactly at 1,600 Primogems. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? Do I want to do a wish? Probably, huh? Everbloom Violet. I don't think that I'll get the currently featured character. It's the details thing, say. Wait, there isn't even, like... The problem is beyond the... Okay, Toma, the 4-star, the one of the 4-star characters, I don't have him. But then there's Fischl and Diona, which... I mean, getting one more constellation for Fischl wouldn't be too bad, I guess. But Diona, I'm not the biggest fan of her. Not necessarily because, like, of herself or anything, but I used her the other day, and it just didn't really feel like she's all that strong. Although, obviously, I haven't really put too much, like, effort into her stuff, I guess. Can you still get other characters, though? No, that's... yeah, you can. It's just that... Yeah, of course. So, do you actually see this? Whatever. I'm currently looking at the, like, details of the wish, right? So... you can still get a lot of other characters as well. Would be funny if I got Jean again. But yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff as well. It's just that those characters have increased drop chances, right? You can also get... Oh yeah, 4-star weapons, but you can't get 5-star weapons there. Okay. Let's do this, huh? See what we get. Well, didn't get a 5-star, that's for sure. I don't know if I can buy anything with the Stardust. Not really, right? Great! We got a 4-star weapon. Nice. Ooh, nice! Toma! Very cool. Well, at least we got a new character out of it. I always like that. Yeah. At least we got the, in terms of the increased drop rates, we got the 4-star character that I still didn't have. Although, well, that's a bit unfortunate because that means that I have to level yet another character, but yeah, whatever. It's fine. Very cool. Very, very cool. I also don't know, I probably don't have this weapon yet. So let's check him. I mean, his design is alright, I think. I mean, he's in a way, he's kind of cool. His character design is certainly awesome. It's just that his face just seems very generic, to be completely honest, but alright. A well-known fixer in Inazuma. I guess we're gonna meet him during the Inazuma questline then. That's the new area, right? So I probably can't really level him up either. That's the problem with the other 4-star character that I got, like the small girl, whatever her name is. I can't actually ascend her because she requires materials that apparently are only found in the new area, which is kind of funny. So what are his things? Swift Shatter Spear. Up to 4 consecutive spear strikes. Well, that's fairly basic. Whoa. Blazing Blessing. Toma vaults forward with his pole arm and delivers a flame-filled flying kick that deals AoE pyro damage. That in and of itself sounds pretty awesome. While also summoning a defensive blazing barrier. At the moment of casting, Toma's elemental skill applies pyro to himself. The damage absorption of the blazing barrier scales off Toma's max HP. Okay. We want to have a good HP value then. It's also interesting how many defensive characters there actually are. The Blazing Barrier has the following traits. Absorbs pyro damage 250% more effectively. But only pyro wait, what? So he's a pyro character himself, but then is also very good against pyro? That's certainly interesting. When a new Blazing Barrier is obtained, the remaining damage absorption of an existing Blazing Barrier will stack, and its duration will be refreshed. Okay. So AoE pyro damage and summoning a barrier. The maximum damage absorption of the Blazing Barrier will not exceed a certain percentage of Tomas's max HP. As a guest from afar, only the most burning passion would allow one to master the pure and precise spear arts of Inazuma. Tomas's mastery indeed is not limited to being the swiftest studying student or a master of the spear, but he has imbued his will to protect others and fend off foes into his art as well. Shield damage absorption, 7.2% max HP plus 600. That's not a lot. Shield duration 8 seconds, max shield damage absorption. Oh, that's the max. Oh, alright, so the max is 20%. Still not a lot, I feel like. Cooldown 15 seconds. Yeah, I don't know what to make of this. Obviously, I need to try it out, but... Nah. Okay, what is this? Crimson Oyuroi. Toma spins his polearm, slicing at his foes with roaring flames that deal AoE pyro damage and weave themselves into a scorching Oyuroi. While scorching Oyuroi is in effect, the active character's normal attacks will trigger Fiery Collapse, dealing AoE pyro damage and summoning a blazing barrier. Fiery Collapse can be triggered once every 1 second. Well, that sounds pretty good. Except for the amount of damage they can absorb. Oh, whoops. How do I scroll this? Alright. Except for the blazing barriers created in this way are identical to those created by Tomas's elemental skill, Blazing Blessing. Absorbs fire damage 250% more effectively. When a new blazing barrier is obtained, the remaining damage absorption, so that's the same, right? The maximum damage absorption. If Tomas falls, the effect of Scorching Aura will be cleared. I will not forget my initial promise. Let this burning flame protect those I cherish, and may it never be extinguished. So but I still, the thing that's kind of strange to me is that according to this description, and I'm not entirely convinced this description is saying what I think that it's saying, which is the pyro damage absorption. I would find it weird if a pyro character is specifically there to absorb pyro damage. But he also deals AoE pyro damage, right? That's so weird. Why would you want to deal pyro damage and then get a barrier that only works against pyro damage? Isn't that kind of weird? Imbricated armor. When your current active character obtains or refreshes a blazing barrier, this character's shield strength will increase by 5% for 6 seconds. This effect can be triggered once every 0.3 seconds, max 5 stacks. Also, I mean, I guess the shield's cool, but I don't necessarily... Well, I mean, in a way it makes sense that shields would scale off of a character's HP. It's just that I have quite a few characters now where it scales off of the HP value, and I just think that's a bit boring, right? I wish that it would scale off something different from time to time. Damage dealt by Crimson Oyoroi's fiery collapse is increased by 2.2% of Thomas's max HP. Okay. When you fish successfully in Inazuma, Thomas's help grants a 20% chance of scoring a double catch. Well, that's nice. Yeah, I'm not really that convinced that I really like him as a character, but I mean, still nice to have him, I guess. Okay. Also, I want to look at the sword. Let's see. It's certainly I think it's the first time that I got this, right? Maybe. Energy recharge. Okay. Composed. After damaging an opponent with an elemental skill, the skill has a 40% chance to end its own cooldown. Can only occur once. Well, that's a very cool effect. That is, in fact, a pretty good one. Sacrificial Greatsword. What are the other swords that I have? Favonius Greatsword, Iron Sting. I don't... Sacrificial Bow. Okay. Fragments. So it's part of the sacrificial set, I guess. Wait, it's a greatsword though, so... Okay. Yeah, the effect is pretty cool, definitely. It's... Well, it's better used on... It's better used on characters with skill to have long cooldowns, though, right? So Jean, for example, wouldn't really make sense since the cooldown on her wind blow attack is only like 6 seconds or something. And what's her name? Baidu as well. It might be good on Noelle. Although, not really, since the claymore that I have for her has Death on it, which her shield strength scales with Death, right? Because her shield has quite the long cooldown, so it would be cool if that reset, but... Yeah. Might be good for her. I don't remember her name, but... Okay, definitely don't... I can use the other ones to upgrade, right? Because I have already, ascended those things as well. Club. And this one as well, and this one as well, yeah. Okay, let's check them out. Do I want to read through all of this? I don't know, at some point I do have to read the character stories. Maybe that's a good way of introducing us to characters when we do those character quests. That might be a good idea. Because there's quite a lot to look at here, right? And I kind of want to continue with the quest that I was doing a moment ago. But then again, this is also kind of important. Alright, let's look at this. So, considering what was being said about him, what do we have here? This is energy recharge, Magic affinity. After using an elemental skill, increases normal and charged attack damage by 8% for 12 seconds. Is that really something that would be beneficial to him? Not necessarily, right? I mean, the weapon fits him, though, in terms of how it looks. What are these doing? This is increasing HP, so that would be pretty good for him, right? Because his skill is based on HP value. Increases damage against slimes by 80%. Well, the effect is shit, though. And this increases crit rate. So the like the stat that the weapons are increasing is always the same, right? And this one has attack increase. Normal attacks deal an additional 320% attack as damage. This effect can only occur once every 10 seconds. In and of itself, kind of a good thing. Other than that, not really. I don't know. It's kind of annoying, right? This is like the HP thing obviously makes this weapon more suited for him. Kind of want to give him like a 4-star weapon as well. Why is the effect of this weapon so dumb? Why would there be a weapon that increases damage against slimes? Like, what the fuck? I mean, I guess it's good for this one domain, since there are like cryo slimes in it. I guess I could use him there instead of Bennett. I don't know. Well, I mean, this weapon was already leveled to 30 though, so let's give him this for the time being. And then I guess we can put in this stuff to level it up. Should have enough to get it to 40 at least, right? Oh, right, what? At least you can level them to 40 pretty quickly. And then I need to farm these things. I need to farm these things anyway, because I need them for another weapon upgrade at some point anyway. So I guess it can just stay at level 40 for now. That's alright. At least he's got some increased HP this way already. And then getting him to level 20 should be easy as well. And I can also send him at least once.
Really?
Which gave him... Oh, that also gives me a wish, right? Yeah. Cool. What are these? So that gives you one more voiceover line. Scroll through it. Okay. Can't level up his talents so far. Can I level him up to 40? Probably, right? Yes. Then currently I can't ascend him anyway, so we're not going to do that. That's fine. Yeah, Sayu is her name, right? I can't ascend her because she needs materials from the new stuff, but that's fine as well. Okay, and then I guess I want to give him artifacts that would increase his HP first and foremost, right? Would there be a set that's particularly suited to this? Let me see. These are equipped on all characters anyway, right? So increases elemental mastery by 80 and charged attack damage. That's not really that useful, I feel like. Elemental mastery, what was that again? That increases damage done via elemental reactions, right? That's not really what he's about, though. And then we have this one, attack plus 18. If the wielder of this artifact set uses a sword, claymore, or polearm, increases their normal attack damage by 35%. Well, technically that's not too bad, but we've already equipped those on other characters as well. Also, while it does increase his attack, I don't think you necessarily want something like that on him, right? Braveheart, yeah, I don't really have that much of those. Energy recharge plus 20. Well, that might be a useful thing, I guess. Using an elemental burst regenerates 2 energy for all party members every 2 seconds for 6 seconds. This effect can stack. That might not be too bad, all things considered. The exile stuff. Because he is a more defensive character, right? So energy recharge plus 20 would mean that he gets his super back quicker. And then using the elemental burst on a super also regenerates energy for everybody else. So that might actually be the way to go. Or this one as well, Instructor. Triggering an elemental reaction increases all party members' elemental mastery by 120 for 8 seconds. Although 8 seconds is actually not very long. Crit rate, when HP is below 70, crit rate increases. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. I haven't really gotten any characters that have specific talents that scale off of crit, I feel like. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there might be things or ways to build up characters with sort of a crit rate setup in mind. But so far, I haven't really encountered talents that would really benefit off of it. I don't think I have any characters that have talents that specifically get a lot better when critting. I mean, obviously critting in and of itself is probably pretty good, but I don't really have anything that would specifically help me with that. This is also just attack plus. This is incoming healing. Using elemental burst restores 20%. Yeah, it's not really that useful either. Def increased by 100, picking up more restores 300 HP. I didn't know that was an effect, but okay. Max HP increased by 1,000. Well, yeah, technically that might be a good effect for him, right? Opening a chest regenerates 30% max HP over 5. Well, that's not very good. So what did I say? Adventurer might be good? Then what was the other thing? This one, right? The Exile and Adventurer. Alright, so let's put it on all and sort for HP percentage and HP. And see what it comes up with. So we have this one, Def and HP increase. This is Berserker though. This one is HP attack. Instructor. Instructor I thought wasn't really... The thing that's increases all party members' elemental mastery by 120 for 8 seconds. I don't know. I don't know whether or not that's good or bad, to be completely honest. This is Berserker as well. And then the next one is this. This is the Exile. This only has Elemental Mastery, Crit Rate, Def, though. So in terms of HP scaling, this might be the one to go for, the Instructor set. Let's look at the other ones. This one has HP plus 1.4. This is Wondrous Strobe, though. Energy Recharge. It's technically pretty good. What is this one? Oh, that's Adventurer. HP... We have nothing else here? This would be one... well... Maybe I should go for Instructor then. Since this might be a pretty good one. In terms of HP scaling as well. HP and Def. This is Wondrous Strobe as well. This isn't this great. It's Gladiator, Wondrous Strobe, Wondrous Strobe. This would be the Exile. Def, Attack, HP. Not bad. Don't really have... Now, unfortunately, apparently we... this would be Instructor. HP, Attack. I would kind of like HP scaling to be the main stat, though, but that's probably not a thing, necessarily. At least not in the first ones. Yeah, Attack, Def... Holy shit. Wait, which one was it? This one has Instructor, right? And then... So this is HP Def. Noblesse Oblige. That would also be a really good set, but I only have 3 of those. But yeah, that would be pretty good for him, wouldn't it? Elemental Burst damage plus 20? Well, that's not really for him, but using an Elemental Burst increases all party members' attack by 20% for 12 seconds. That sounds pretty good, obviously. This would be the Exile. But the problem is I want to go for the 4-piece set, which... This would be Instructor. This is also HP. Yeah, I should probably go for Instructor, to be completely honest. Because then I can actually also go for one of these things here. See, I have this one, for example. Affected by Hydro for 40% this time. I got that today, actually. Just also has an HP percentage. Energy recharge. Yeah, I'm going to go for these. So let's equip this one. And then where are the other ones? This one was Instructor, right? The best HP Instructor one. In this case, it wasn't as good, right? Attack HP. Then we had this one, right? HP, Def, Attack, Instructor, and this one. Nice. Yeah. Should be fairly good artifacts for now on him. Max HP plus 1,600. Well, obviously they would need to be leveled, right? In order to get the full effect out of them. I think this HP value isn't too bad for level 40. Alright. I'll, well... In terms of Ascension and all that kind of stuff, I'll worry about that later. So let's return to what we were actually doing, huh? But it's always cool. It's I really like getting new characters and all that kind of stuff. Was there another thing that I wanted to do? Not really, right? So I got the new character. I mean, I fear it's kind of going to be some time until I get another wish, but on the other hand, that's fine as well. There was also another quest here, I feel like. Maybe it'll appear again after I've completed this one. Oh, hi! I know you!
Oh, yes! Yes! They have the audacity to go after anything!
Once again, kind of a weird
The
voice.
7 dragons, gods. No ancient artifact that relates can escape their greedy ambitions.
Just, I don't know, maybe it's weird voice direction or something, because the voice actors are clearly good, right? I'm not saying anything against them. It's more like the direction is weird or something.
This time is different. Who do they think they are, going after the Abyss Order's treasures?
So they're talking about the thieves, idiots, right?
Oh, Traveler, it's you.
I have a name, you know.
Huh? Ganyu, what are you doing here with Lan? Do you have a commission you need to post?
Hello.
Hi.
We were just discussing the treasure hoarders.
I didn't remember that her voice sounded like that.
Yes. We were just saying how even the audacious treasure hoarders should know better than to mess with the Abyss. It's just too evil.
You know what? I do think that it's somewhat of a problem that they present the Abyss Order as this like really powerful enemy in a way, but we've never really seen any evidence of that. I mean, we kind of have, since Storm Terror was apparently manipulated by them, but their mages and stuff are sort of just normal enemies that we're constantly killing, right? So I guess what I'm saying is, for example, like bigger enemies like ruin guards and these weird wind things that fly around, and obviously the boss enemies in general, well, they're made to be boss enemies, right? They're clearly there to have or to feel a lot more threatening. And the problem is that so far the Abyss Order haven't really had an enemy type that was clearly associated with them that felt really threatening. Maybe they manipulated other things to be threatening, but they themselves didn't really appear as such. And I feel like that's a bit of a problem, because it doesn't really feel like they have like a real strength to them. I don't know. It's just a bit strange. And then why are we suddenly involved with the treasure hoarders? I mean, they're sort of definitely the weakest faction, I would say.
But we recently received intel from the Ministry of Civil Affairs that 2 big-time treasure hoarders in Liyue and Mondstadt are planning some big joint operation.
Big-time treasure hoarders. Okay, that sure sounds like something we should investigate. Also, is she wearing like a one piece? I never really looked at that before, but that seems a bit like, what if you have to go to the toilet? How the hell is she doing that? Or I guess, isn't she some adepti or god being as well? Maybe she doesn't have to go. I don't. Maybe that's just kind of a weird observation, but I feel like that would be pretty complicated to do with the getup that she has.
2 big-time treasure hoarders?
Yeah, I know, Paimon. That's a weird description, isn't it?
Yes. They're known as Big Sis of the South and Raptor of the North.
Well, alright. With dumb and stupid names like that, I guess the description wasn't too far off. Big Sis of the South and Raptor of the North. Hoo boy.
Oh, Raptor! Paimon remembers he tried to run away from Amber in Mondstadt. But who is Big Sis of the South?
Wait, did he? Oh, right. Maybe he was part of some quest that we did. She the boss the treasure hoarders referred
I already
to?
know something then. I guess you must have crossed paths with the treasure hoarders many times before.
Yeah, they're kind of annoying.
You were correct. She's the head of the treasure hoarders in Liyue. As I understand it, the treasure hoarders all call her boss.
The problem with the treasure hoarders, I feel like, is definitely that they are, like, in terms of, as far as enemies go, they're just very uninteresting. I don't know if I maybe misremember their sort of enemy types, but I don't know. They're very boring to fight, is my point, right? And that sort of makes them seem like very, not only uninteresting, but also just not very threatening.
Some say that the god of thieves even bestowed a gift upon her for her exploits, making her big sis of the gods. But
God.
That's probably just a wild rumor.
That name would be even worse. There is a god of thieves? Why?
Anyway, the treasure hoarders discovered some previously unexplored ruins that the Abyss Order has been secretly guarding in the shadows. Despite how dangerous that makes it, all the treasure hoarders can think about is what kinds of treasure could be inside.
Well, that's why they're called treasure hoarders, huh?
They have already devised
They're not
a
very
plan.
smart.
They will send out a decoy to divert the Abyss Order's forces away from the ruins, then send an expert thief inside to steal the treasure.
I mean, I'm not saying that the Abyss Orders are the smartest, but if they fall for that trick,
To this
well,
end, Big Sis and Raptor have reportedly recruited a certain Grand Thief from Fontaine.
also, if we know all the stuff, the Abyss Order probably knows as well, you would assume.
Grand Thief? That's quite an impressive sounding title.
Well, at least it's not as dumb as the other titles.
Indeed. He is an extraordinary individual. The Grand Thief is highly respected in the treasure hoarders, in the same way that we adventurers look up to great adventurers.
Who are Alice and Stanley? What? What? Who is Alice?
Ah, so you're familiar with the author of the Tevat travel guide then?
Oh, okay.
Correct. The Grand Thief is someone as renowned as her.
I completely forgot that that was her name. That was something at the very beginning of the game, right? Don't they give you the Tevat travel guide at some point? Wait, isn't Amber the one who gives you the guide though? Or maybe she talks about Alice at some point?
So, despite being relative big-timers in Liyue and Mondstadt, Big Sis and Raptor had to put in a lot of work to convince a thief of his status to come and personally oversee this operation.
Big Sis and Raptor. Those are like, what the fuck did they think with those names?
With the major changes in Liyue recently, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Millelith already have their hands full. They don't have any time to investigate rumors about treasure hoarder activity. But anything related to the Abyss makes me feel like there is some unknown danger lurking beneath the surface.
I mean, let's just wait for the Abyss to essentially kill all of the treasure hoarders. And then we'll swoop in and deal with the Abyss. That just seems like the way more efficient approach.
So I decided to come to the Adventurers Guild to post a commission.
Well, since I'm here...
Leave this commission to us.
Oh, thank you so much.
Good to see this in the hands of a reliable guild member. Well then, good luck. The guild will take care of the details of this commission.
Okay. Right, Lan over here has another quest as well. I'm just gonna take that since I don't want to, like, forget that it exists. Seems like nobody can get to the bottom of it. The bottom of what? The clue. Perhaps rumor is a better word. Rumor about treasure. There is an adventurer who said that he found a clue to treasure in the vicinity of Jiangqiu Valley. I have no idea how these things are pronounced. But he tried everything and simply could not locate the treasure. In the end, he gave a booking and reported it to the guild instead, and now the guild is offering a reward for anyone able to solve this mysterious so-called clue. Any adventurer who wants to give it a go can follow the clue and see where it takes them. If they solve the riddle and find the treasure, the guild will offer a reward. Why? What does the guild get out of it? But so far, nobody has found even a trace of the treasure. Can I try it? Oh, well, if you think you're up to it. If you really are interested, there's no harm in giving it a go. I'll mark the location mentioned in the clue on the map for you. Then you can go take a look. Okay. Jiangsu Treasure Trail. I'm gonna stick with the, I'm gonna stick with the quest that I was doing, though. I'm taking on these side quests so that I don't forget that they exist later on. Because I think you only see them when you're close to them on the map. I saw this a couple of times, I just didn't take it because I wanted to, well, just not deal with quests at the beginning. But yeah, 1 second, I need to take a look at something. Okay. Let's go with this. Go to the room. That's the... Why are we... What? Is this the correct one? On. Yes. Why are they so far away, though? I mean, I guess it's still Liyue territory. Yeah, it is. Let's go here. Yeah, at some point I really have to farm artifacts. Oh, by the way, how many artifacts did I get? Probably not that many, huh? Yeah, it's probably not necessarily enough to level Jungling's artifact 2 levels, so I'm gonna hold off on that. What were these flowers? Oh, there's also something down here that I haven't discovered so far. Well,
it was worth the trouble.
Yeah, sure, maybe. Only a common chest, but better than nothing, I guess. Where's this quest? Where am I anyway? Oh, were we already at this? This might be something we were at already at some point. I don't know. Call of the Abyss. Recommended elements ice. Okay. The ominous temptations of the Abyss lure the brave and the foolish alike. No matter the fate that has brought you hither, know that a new thread of fate is already being woven. I mean, we have ice in the party, so let's just take these into it, I guess. The design of this place is really cool, though. I also really like that they integrated fairly seamlessly into the actual environment this time. Like most of the other domains, they're like these spaces that essentially sort of exist outside the game world, whereas this just looks like something that could literally exist behind those cliffs that we just entered, right?
There are signs of treasure hoarder activity here. They must have come to these ruins. Let's go deeper inside. Paimon sure hopes Ganyu's information is reliable.
I mean, why wouldn't it be? Cool music, also. I don't know, for some reason lately I've just been really a fan of the music.
There aren't many guards here. Looks like their plan to draw away the Abyss Order's forces really worked.
Why are there hilly trails, though? I mean, I guess they also belong to them or something. Alright, let's do this. They're just sleeping.
Wings of darkness, come, sever night from.
Wait, hear me.
Bye-bye. Oh wait, what? The other guy's already dead?
More signs that a treasure hoarder was here. This should be the right direction. But why does it feel stranger and stranger as we make it deeper into these ruins?
Whoa, what the?
Be careful now. Paimon's right behind you.
That's like a neat new thing. I've never seen this before. Sort of environmental challenge, I guess. So these are camps from the treasure hoarders then, huh? So they actually camped out here? Wait, why are there, like, what? Ooh. Oh, okay. I mean, they're not really that threatening, I guess, but... I also always love that there's just radish or something in these chests for some reason. Okay, oh, right. Let's wait for those to pass by. Chest. Also, I think it's actually quite strange that I feel like very close to adventure rank 48, or rather, well, not very close, but halfway there. Even though I just reached 47 like 2 or 3 days ago, so for some reason I don't know. I didn't really expect it to be quite that quick. Whoa, this looks kind of scary. Wait, where's the door of resurrection? Huh. Interesting. Not many enemies. I mean, yeah, maybe they actually succeeded in drawing them away. But I feel like they probably left behind some sort of weird trap. Whoa. Is that blood on those rocks? Holy shit.
This looks like a person.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a person that's about to be resurrected as some kind of weird zombie.
Could it be the Grand Thief?
And I don't like the blood on those stones at all. Did the game have blood at some point? What? This honestly looks kind of gruesome. Maybe it's not supposed to be blood, but it very much looks like it.
Why is he in that position? Is he praying to something? That's...
What? Yeah, it does look like a statue of the Seven, but the other way around. What the fuck?
Why is the statue of the Seven hanging upside down? And the statue's hands... Paimon remembers they're normally holding an orb, right?
Oh, I just noticed that. Yeah, it's literally... like one of those statues, but like it purposefully hung upside down.
But this statue is holding... What is that? Paimon has a really bad feeling about this. And the Grand Thief hasn't moved an inch. Do you think he's...
Is that really the Grand Thief? Or I thought at first it was just some random treasure hoarder guy.
Hello? Are you okay, mister?
There's no reaction or any sign of breathing.
He's dead. Paimon doesn't feel so good.
How did he die?
Let's get out of here, and fast! We should report back to Ganyu and Lon.
Why? Let's investigate.
Now what? We can't stay here! Quick, run!
What? Flee the ruins. Whoa! The fuck is going on? Wait, what? That actually damages you quite a lot. Holy shit. Oh. Well, that's kind of fun. That they've... It's a bit weird, though, that they also include... Oh, wait, what? Well, that was certainly not how it was supposed to go. Okay. It's a bit weird that they decided to include, like, chests here, because that... I don't know. Also, I feel like it's weird that they sometimes have these, like, barriers where there's 3 of these balls, because that just seems unnecessarily unfair, in a way. I don't know. I mean, why? It just sort of prolongs the whole thing, doesn't it? Doesn't actually make it more interesting or more challenging. Because you have to wait if there's 3 of them, right? Oh, whoops. That was the wrong button. Huh. Quite a lot of common chests here. Well, you kind of look like the herald that we were looking for now, don't you?
You cannot spy on the secrets of the Abyss.
I mean, we kind of just did, though.
You have come here. You have seen our secrets. For this, you must pay the price.
What kind of secrets, though? I mean, sure, we saw something. I don't know if we can make anything out of that.
As a herald, I will mete out your punishment.
It's very cool, though, that they actually introduce new enemies here. I wonder how you have to fight him. The monster we were tracking with Dane.
Dainsleif. Oh, I thought you were just a couple of pests that stumbled in here by mistake. So, you are with Dainsleif, that constant annoyance in our affairs. Did he send you here to die? His resistance against the Abyss has gone nowhere for a long time. There is nothing you can do to change the tide.
Even though I still dislike the voice direction, I very much like the whatever effects they were going for here. That's really well done.
The Abyss is unstoppable.
Because it's clearly like some like it's just cool. That's my point. Okay. So he can kind of fly, apparently.
By royal decree.
Whoa. Sure.
A touch of frost.
He's not that strong, though, thankfully.
Spirit blade.
Go as one. I swear by my sword. Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
Forth, my blade.
He also doesn't really have a lot of health. And he doesn't deal that much damage. Like, if you're used to, like, Child's weekly stuff, for example, and this doesn't seem too complicated.
This power, it seems familiar. I see. it's you. You are the one.
Interesting that they now decided to sort of very quickly lead us towards our
In that
sister.
case, I shall stay here no longer.
Great. And now he just nopes out.
What a tough battle. Are you okay?
Yeah, it was pretty easy.
Oh, such a strong enemy. Who knew the Abyss Order had monsters this powerful among them?
Now I wonder actually, do these quests just scale off of the world level that you chose? That actually might be the case. Because it would be weird if they forced you to be, well, not necessarily level 79, but certainly, you know, you probably can't do this on like level 40. Or at least it would be pretty difficult. Yeah. This might actually scale with the world level. That kind of makes sense. It seemed to know me, or my sister.
What is it? What are you thinking about?
Also, well, I mean, that's a very common thing, like in video games in general, but isn't it very, very obvious that he's talking about our sister? Or at least some image of her, or something to that degree, so why not directly talk about that, right?
Oh,
It's
right,
kind of...
yeah. We're near the exit now. Let's get out of this scary place before something even more dangerous shows up.
The traveler and Paimon swiftly leave the ruins.
So, we meet again. A little sooner than I had expected.
Where the fuck are you?
Hey, it's
Oh.
Dane!
The background didn't look like the place where we were at, but
judging by your
maybe it is.
expression, it seems you just experienced something quite strange.
Why is his outfit so close to that of the Abyss Orders, though? That's just strange as well, isn't it?
Could it be that you encountered an Abyss Herald in those ruins?
We most certainly did.
Huh? How did you know that?
I've been on the Abyss Herald's trail. I didn't expect to find you here as well.
There was something even stranger than the Abyss Herald in the ruins.
An inverted statue of the Seven, holding abyssal power in its hands. No, I have never seen such a thing during my time fighting the Abyss, though I have had my suspicions. Tell me the rest of what happened in there. So you escaped the ruin depths filled with abyssal power, and then?
You know what? One thing that I do very much like here, though, is that they don't make you fight the treasure hoarders. Makes this whole place actually seem dangerous, right? Because it means that they all died, essentially. And you just saw sort of the last, like, trace of them. And apparently their leader being dead, clearly. That's a very cool thing. Like, that's how you build up suspense, right? Instead of just putting, like, that's also a mistake that a lot of games unfortunately make, where they sort of feel the need to, for no reason at all, include gameplay because they I don't know, maybe out of the fear of their audience starting to get bored or something. But this is actually really cool that they don't really make you fight all that much. It's just that one encounter with some hilichurls, and then it's just, well, the magic of the place itself. Not that that was anything special in terms of gameplay with the bubbles, but again, just the atmosphere of the place was pretty cool, especially with that, well, deceased thief there, right?
But then, as we got close to the exit, an Abyss Herald suddenly appeared and blocked our way. We fought a big battle with that thing. Maybe it hasn't gotten too far yet.
Well, it teleported. It could be anywhere.
Yes, this is a rare opportunity indeed. Come, let's catch up to it.
Yes, sir.
Let's go! A rare opportunity? With Dane helping out, maybe we'll be able to solve more mysteries about the Abyss.
Start solving some at all. Oh, that was the quest already, huh? I guess this is the tutorial about Abyss Heralds. Wicked Torrents. An Abyss Order monster that uses a dark power to command warped torrents in battle. Some of its attacks increase the cooldown of character skills if they are currently in lockdown. Ooh, okay. That's cool. I mean, well, he wasn't really too complicated, I feel like, but maybe it also didn't really do everything that they potentially can. Uncover the Grand Thief's fate. The bandit, the lunatic, and the pitch-black enigma. Escape the eerie ruins. Weird that that's like 2 different achievements as well, because it's literally the same quests, but okay. Alright, anything else close to me here? Not really, right? Did I get anything of worth? Not really either. Okay. Why are we specifically here? Huh. An old ruin guard?
From whence you came, a touch of frost.
By royal decree.
Wait, where are the other guys? I'll kill you first.
Barbados, guide us.
He's dead.
Forth, my blade. Submit for judgment.
Oz, reveal thy...
Fuck, I always... Those peppers are... Well, not annoying, but they're not always, like, right in your way, right?
Those abyss mages just now. Were they trying to ambush us?
Well, not really. We saw them from miles away. Wasn't it us who ambushed them, apparently?
No. They were just digging through these abandoned ruin guards looking for something of value.
Yeah.
Oh, is that so? The Traveler here seems to like doing that a lot, too.
What's that supposed to mean? Wait, what?
Looking for chaos devices, chaos circuits, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yep, those are important materials.
They wouldn't be searching for such ordinary objects.
Well, if they're that ordinary, get me 100 of them.
In fact, I was nearby investigating precisely because abyss mages often come out from that ruin to explore. They seem to be searching the remains of ruin guards for a certain valuable object to take back to the ruins.
Again, can you please be more specific with what you're saying?
However, they look disappointed, so it would seem they haven't found it yet.
Well, most of all, they look dead.
Well then, why didn't you grab one of them just now and ask what they were up to?
Yeah, Master D-Lux done that before. Right, he has, right? You should be rougher with them.
I certainly don't mean to be merciful towards these monsters of the abyss. But I have a feeling that their plan with this object is of major importance to the entire Abyss Order.
Meaning what exactly?
One cannot discover the truth behind it through interrogation.
Why?
Or rather, these Abyss mages likely fear something else, much more than they do a painful interrogation.
Why exactly would they fear something that they themselves helped to create? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Something related to what we saw in the ruins?
Paimon is getting goosebumps thinking about all this.
Why would they fear that? I thought that was their sort of lair.
All right, we shouldn't waste too much time here. Let's continue our search.
Seems kind of backwards, doesn't it? I mean, the Herald didn't necessarily seem to fear whatever was in there, considering that we saw him there. Don't really know what that's supposed to mean, to be completely honest. I don't really remember this place in detail. I mean, I've certainly been to all of these places, I just don't really remember if there was like some sort of quest here or... Oh, never mind, that's... Oh, wait, what?
Objects like this may prove useful when purging evil spirits.
Did I never actually activate those? I guess I must have just activated one and sort of forgot about the other. That one seems like it's not necessarily activated either.
Wings of darkness! Come, sever the...
Swift and merciful.
Whoa! That was a lot of damage from somewhere.
I swear by my sword.
Eat this!
From whence you came. After all,
Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate that they sort of fly weirdly. The fuck? How much damage does that thing do? And why? Or something else hitting me. Whoa! That was closer than I liked it to be.
Wind, hear me.
That was... wait.
Nice and spicy.
For some reason that didn't really do too much damage though. Oh. Ah! Shit! I'm out of...
Spirit blade, attack! One with my blade.
What?
I swear by my sword.
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Well, at least that thing is dead.
Into the fire!
I wish they would actually drop materials. I don't know why they don't drop materials when they're part of the quest.
Sure are active around here. Seems wherever we find an Abyss Mage hideout, there's often a bunch of ruin guards roaming around too. Is that just a coincidence? Or...
Well, I wouldn't say often. Isn't it like the first time we saw this?
There are no coincidences in the world. Everything is the fruit of seeds planted long ago.
Really?
Just like your appearance in that tavern. Time is just waiting for those seeds to sprout.
But I only heard about you by chance.
Forget it. Just some needless musings.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I don't disagree that obviously things that have been set in motion at a particular point might become important later on, but that's just sort of a logical observation, not really like some sort of godly rule or anything like out of the ordinary at all,
the
right?
Connection
it
between
just makes
the Abyss
sense.
Order and the Ruin Guards is by no means incidental. Rather, they are both branches that have grown out and up from the same roots below.
Again, like, this is what I was saying before. He's just using a lot of words for something that is like insanely obvious, right?
branches? Roots? What do you mean exactly?
I mean, obviously we don't know sort of the source of this, right? We don't know why it happens, but the fact that they're trying to do something obviously means that they will be trying to do something, right? That's
both
my
originate
point.
from an ancient nation that was destroyed 500 years ago. Khaenri'ah.
Finally, some information. Couldn't you have said so before?
Khaenri'ah? Really? The Abyss Order and Ruin Guards are left over from after the destruction of that nation? Oh, speaking of Conria, that's really a super ancient name.
Huh. 500 years isn't actually that long when most fantasy games are concerned, though.
Right. As your guide, Paimon should explain a bit here. A long time ago, the nation of Conria was...
Wait, are we? How do we know about it?
Huh?
We do?
You have memories of being there. But that nation was destroyed 500 years ago.
Wait, what? How do we... What?
Is
I
that
don't
so?
remember that.
Well, everyone has their secrets. You did not pry into mine, so I shall not pry into yours. But, if you would like to tell me, I will listen. So, the Conria you saw, what was it like?
Are they... What? Are they referring to that short cutscene that we saw when we looked at the dandelion? The person who woke me up? Sea of Flames. I don't remember this at all. Is this somewhere at the beginning of the game? Let's just go with this. The traveler tells Dine about the Sea of Flames they saw 500 years ago.
So that's the complete story, huh? Paimon thought that you ran into that unknown god first.
Well, I thought so too.
I see. So your first memory after coming to this world was being awoken by your sister from within that meteorite.
What? I don't remember this at all.
It seems your sister woke up first. But the question is, how long before you?
So... what? She maybe interacted with that nation and she might still feel a connection towards them? Maybe that's why she's working with them? What? But why would she tell us then?
And then your sister told you that the destruction of Conria plunged the whole world into chaos, and that you two should leave this world called Tevat?
This sounds a bit more familiar. The reason why I'm slightly confused by this is that I can't really place where that sort of happened. Was it actually part of the, very beginning cutscene? Or was it another cutscene afterwards? Is there a way to look at those cutscenes? I'd kind of like to see them again.
The destruction of Conria? She said that?
And that's what I heard at the time.
The destruction you witnessed, that's history from 500 years ago.
Yeah, we already established that.
It seems the first time you awoke in this world was indeed during that period.
Huh. So your sister must have understood this world better than you did, because she woke up first.
Wait, but then did we go back to sleep, or how did that work? When that god took away our sister, did we just kind of jump 500 years into the future? I'm really confused.
And it was shortly after that you encountered an unknown god who blocked your path, so you couldn't escape.
Oh, Paimon knows this part really well.
I understand. When you awoke at that time and hurriedly tried to leave for another world, you didn't know anything about Conria. But now, Since you have come to gain some understanding of Tevat, you are able to guess that the war you witnessed all those years ago must be the war that ended Khaenri'ah. Am I right?
I mean, yeah, that's kind of obvious, but what's the point here? I mean, that doesn't really change anything.
If that's the case, you must have been flipping through all sorts of books during our adventure these past few months.
Did I?
Before going to Mondstadt, you had just looked at some vague materials. Later, we managed to gather a whole bunch of old books from all around Mondstadt and Liyue, but you told Paimon they were useless. So, the whole time you were just trying to learn more about Khaenri'ah so you could find your sister?
Yeah, that makes sense, but did we as the player actually know that? Why am I feeling so confused about this? I mean, I know that it's been some time since I played this, but that doesn't really change the fact that I usually remember these things. At least, you know, when they're brought up like this. But I really can't place at what point that's been conveyed to us. The second most promising lead after looking for the 7? Why would the 7 be the most promising one, though? I mean, considering that the 7 are the sort of the old Archons, right? And they existed, at least as far as we know, for like thousands of years. So, I mean, well, they would have witnessed that too, I guess. But, despite only having a place name to go on.
You can travel around the 7 nations to find the 7. But where can you go to find a nation that was destroyed 500 years ago?
I probably know more about Khaenri'ah than both of you.
And why is that?
Khaenri'ah was a nation without a god. Not because it had a god that died or abandoned them, but because it never had a god to begin with. It was a powerful nation, built purely by humans. An unprecedented, flourishing, and glorious civilization. It was the pride of humankind.
A nation without a god?
Later events unfolded just as you remember. It was all destroyed by gods.
Because they felt threatened, I guess? Huh.
You mean that...
500 years ago, the gods descended upon the world and brought desolation to Khaenri'ah.
And by the gods, you mean all of the 7? Wouldn't that sort of include, like, Venti as well, for example? That just seems kind of unlikely.
The pride of humankind was uprooted and crushed, like a weed removed from the garden of the gods.
And didn't we also learn that, like, Rex Lapis didn't although, well, that's a thing that I really don't remember. When he last descended, wasn't that also a big point that it was, like, had been a really long time since Rex Lapis descended? But I don't remember. That might have been, maybe it was like 200 years, not 2000. For some reason, I'm always thinking about thousands of years, but that's because typically that's sort of the time span that you're talking about in, like, fantasy games like this. 500 years isn't actually that long, but I like it because it seems much more reasonable, right? 500 years is a long time when humans are concerned anyway, and yeah.
How could that be? The history books don't say anything about that.
Especially since sort of the quote-unquote gods that we've encountered so far have been pretty forthcoming towards us, right? That's horrible.
Yes, well, continuing to discuss the past now will only dampen our spirits.
So, I mean, we need information about that. Yeah, right, that's my point. What about Venti, Zhongli? Those, aren't they the current sort of incantations, incarnations, I think, right? Of the gods?
Let's keep moving. I will tell you more of what you want to know as we continue our search.
Why can't we just... well, I mean, yeah, we're sort of still trailing that herald, I guess. Well, the problem is I don't know if you can really find it here. Tutorials, geography, travel log, books. Technically, it should be here, huh? Bird's eye view. To begin your journey. Follow Paimon. Well, the problem is that this is kind of cool that you can read through the dialogue, but there is no way to watch like past cutscenes, correct? Unfortunately. Which is kind of that's like really unfortunate. Because this way you wouldn't really be able to reread stuff about that, right? I mean, these are just the character quests that we did. I really like that picture, like her thigh. Oh boy. I'm getting distracted. But yeah, unfortunately, there's sort of no way to watch past cutscenes here, apparently, huh? Tavad travel guide. Expand. I mean, these are just the places that you can visit, right? That doesn't really... Or is there some information in here? I don't think there is. Something about the Hilly Churls, Animal Archon, the Falcon Coast. Yeah, I don't think this actually says anything about the Monster Tower, Vanessa, Diary of Roll the Adventurer, Someone's Diary, Records of Something, Ballads of the Squire, Heart of Clear Springs, Tales from the Waste, Moonlit Bamboo Forest, Drunkard's Tale, Rex Incognito, Customs of Leeway. And a couple of things we haven't unlocked yet. I mean, there's still probably like things that sort of touch upon those subjects in here. But I really would like to rewatch the cutscenes. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to be in tutorials, so right? Fuck. What does it say in geography? It's also weird since the archive actually seems quite expansive, but I guess I have to look that up on YouTube at some point. It really annoys me that I don't really remember that whole thing. And then, yeah, without actually being able to watch the cutscenes, that's really unfortunate. Let's just go there. It doesn't really make sense to teleport, I think. I mean, sometimes we also had like other sort of cutscenes, but never really something that hinted at this.
Unexpected, but welcome.
Sorry, I'm really distracted because I'm still thinking about what we might have or not might have heard about these things and about that kingdom. I mean, yeah, I know that there was also this, like, not really a 3D cutscene, but like a 2D cutscene that definitely hinted at like an old kingdom. And made it seem, and that was something that I thought about at the time, it made it seem like our sister might have actually been their sort of queen for a very long time even before us. So maybe the reason why it existed at all was because our sister was here. This is kind of strange, these things. They don't... I feel like they should drop more money. Because they seem quite rare as well. Whatever. But yeah, I mean, there was this like 2D cutscene as well, but I wish that you could look at those again. Huh. The problem is, if I look up like Genshin cutscenes, I don't want to get spoiled, right?
Yeah. It's more ruin guards and abyss mages.
But yeah, I probably have to look that up on YouTube at some point.
How these ancient machines are from Conria. So, did Conria have a lot of ruins that needed to be guarded?
Well, back then they probably weren't ruins, huh?
No. Ruin Guard is the name modern people have given these machines. No one called them that 500 years ago. These Ruin Guards were known as Field Tillers by the people of Conria.
Field Tillers?
Field Tillers? What a strange name.
So what's with the lethal weapons?
It's not like you think. Field Tiller was just a code name. The people of Conria like to give code names to their weapons.
And why is that?
The land is not to be tilled with farming tools, but rather is to be fought for with steel and blood. This is how the Field Tiller came about.
Why exactly do you know so much about this? Do you hail from that nation as well?
Steel and blood? Well, that's an interesting way of understanding tilling. Paimon doesn't think it's a very positive interpretation.
After the destruction of Conria, these masterless field tillers went completely out of control.
What I do very much like about this, though, is that we get like a reason for these things to exist, which is pretty cool.
They wandered aimlessly over the centuries, gradually spreading to every corner of Teyvat. Perhaps resonating with the sorrow of other civilizations lost to time, they found their way to various ruins across the land, where they lie dormant.
That sounds so sad.
What? It seems we should put an end. Wandering aimlessly for 500 years.
Once you understand more, those details won't mean much to you. But no matter their past, all that remains of them now is the danger they pose. So destroy them all.
I mean, in a way, they're still machines, right? So...
From whence you came?
Odd reveal, nice and spicy.
Oh, it's getting up as well. Actually, didn't expect that.
I'm fine.
Even Jean's now taking a lot of damage. That's...
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
My blade.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Eat this.
flame. Let's
I swear by my sword!
By royal decree.
swift and merciful.
Interesting that they don't have that much HP with these quests, but they do a ton of damage. Which is kind of unexpected.
Nice and spicy.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
See the last one? I think he is, right? Yeah.
Huh? This abyss mage dropped a talisman. Could it be a communication of some kind?
This talisman seems connected to the Abyss Herald. But why would an Abyss Mage be carrying it?
Also, we would have been pretty lucky to find that, unless a lot more of them have that. I mean, I guess if it's a communication device for the Herald to reach a lot of the mages, then it would make sense, I guess.
Perhaps it really does contain information about their operation.
But Paimon can't read the writing on it. Is that the script of Conria?
That would be pretty cool.
Engulf the faith of an enemy in flame, and bring glory to Her Highness the Princess.
What? Is that what it says?
Loom of Fate, initial operation. They, the Abyss, seem to be carrying out a large operation. The keyword here is Loom of Fate.
For like a destroyed nation that existed 500 years ago, they still seem to be quite active though, right? I mean, considering how many of these Abyss mages you see all over the place, sure, they're, I guess, scattered about, and they maybe not have like a place to call home anymore, but the nation sure still seems to exist on some level.
It seems like they are still launching the operation, or rather, are still conducting preliminary tests.
Loom of Fate? What's that? Is it literally a fate-weaving machine?
This mage came from those ruins.
Horrible feeling Paimon's been getting. Those eerie ruins are super likely to be related to this fate-weaving operation.
Well, fate weaving doesn't mean much. It just means that they're trying to create a better future for themselves, right? I mean, that hasn't necessarily got anything to do with fate. It's just that they literally want to change, or rather bring back their nation, I'd assume, right?
So, Dane, what message does this talisman contain?
Or rather, probably take revenge on the gods for destroying it.
I'm reading it now. An ambitious operation. But some parts are difficult to understand.
How so?
In short, the first phase of the plan is related to Osile, Overlord of the Vortex.
I don't think we've heard of him before. Vortex? That does sound like wind, though.
The Overlord of the Vortex? You mean that god in the ocean?
Oh, well, okay. Oh, right. I didn't know that it had a name. That was that huge cutscene, right, at the end of the last part of the Liyue quest line. Once again, I would really like to rewatch those cutscenes. I wonder why they didn't include that in the archive. It was just crushed. Yeah, didn't we well, I mean, we drove it away, right? We didn't like kill it or destroy it or anything. Isn't it also a god of the ocean, in a way? So, wait, Venti and like everything related to Mondstadt is the god of wind, right? Anemo. And then Rex Lapis is the god of Geo. And then I guess in Inazuma it's the god of the vortex, meaning water and the ocean.
What do they want with Osile?
Could it be the same as with Dwalin?
I know of your past heroics regarding Dvalin, and I also know of the Abyss Order's role in the Storm Terror incident.
So they're like bit by bit trying to control or corrupt sort of these god-like beings in order to destroy the world, or rather to take revenge on the gods and at the same time take back Tavad for themselves.
Though you may not have been aware of it at the time, you were thwarting an Abyss Order operation similar to this one.
That's very cool, though, because I felt like the story between Mondstadt and Liyue were quite disconnected from one another, but this obviously brings it sort of back around, right? Because now we know that probably the Abyss Order did something to this being as well that attacked or tried to attack Liyue.
Last time it was Venti's old friend. This time it's a huge ancient god. The Abyss Order keeps setting their sights higher and higher. Will the Abyss Order use their lies and dark magic to corrupt Osile, just as they did Dvalin?
No. From the contents of the talisman, this operation goes one step further. They won't just corrupt Osile's mind. They also plan to use the ancient technology behind the field tillers to completely transform Osile's body.
What kind of technology do the field tillers have? I thought they were only basically walking weapons.
Is that even possible? So wait, the Abyss Order wants to make some sort of cybernetic squid god of mass destruction?
Well, in this case, that's actually, yeah, quite the appropriate description, I guess. These nicknames keep getting longer.
Very few people today truly understand the civilization of Khaenri'ah. Though, of course, the accuracy of that understanding itself is difficult to judge.
I mean, well, how are they supposed to understand it if it was 500 years ago, right? Well, then again, we still know a lot of things about what happened 500 years ago because we have things written down and stuff. Well, then again, the nation was destroyed, right? And it's always said that, like, history is written by the winners, right? So if the gods purposefully came down and destroyed that nation, that's probably not how they would have portrayed it to the following generations, right? They probably would have made it seem like Khaenri'ah was maybe an aggressor or some kind of other thing that, or maybe they sort of omitted it at all, like from history, right? They maybe didn't. I mean, it would be very likely that they wouldn't want that to be repeated, right? So the gods in this case probably wouldn't want the humans knowing that this nation that was built up by humans and could, well, somewhat compete with the nations built up by the gods, they wouldn't want the humans to know that, right? For fear of that happening again, I guess. Though, in a way, I do wonder if Khaenri'ah also... Well, I mean, they clearly invested into weapon technology, right? So they weren't innocent in this either, I guess.
Only the Abyss Order has consistently sought out the remnants of Khaenri'ah. Despite being far from human, they seek out this lost human civilization quite persistently. The talisman's message states that they will use the defiled statue as a base, attaching Osile's limbs to construct a mechanized god.
Why to the statue specifically, though? I mean, isn't the thing that we're talking about is like a giant whale thing, right? Or whatever, like a giant monster. And while the statue certainly seemed threatening, it's like much smaller. Why?
And the new core that shall replace the orb usually held by the Statue of the Seven is the eye of the very first field tiller.
Okay. So it seems like these field tillers have some secrets that they're still hiding, because, I mean, sure, they're very competent weapons, but like, what the fuck are they containing that makes them so threatening? Or what are they containing that is actually capable of being used for a transformation like this?
The eye of the very first field tiller? Oh, Paimon gets it! All those Abyss mages are looking for the special eye, right?
Or are they maybe even... if they want to create some kind of weird cybernetic thing, maybe these field tillers are actually able to sort of transform other things into machines as well, or even they're sort of able to reproduce, I guess, almost like in Horizon, like the same thing that happens in Horizon, right? Where they're able to, yeah, I mean that might make sense considering how many of those things we've seen and how many of those things still roam around. I guess it would seem likely that they could theoretically reproduce in a way. And maybe that technology, if you stripped it off the field tillers in this case, could be used to then transform other things.
It would seem so.
Oh, let's find the eye before they do.
Keeps getting more complicated. But basically, it all has to do with that eerie statue of the Seven we saw, right?
Didn't it already... Like, what was the thing that it was already holding, though? If they haven't found the eye of the first field tiller. And why is it specifically the first? What makes that one different from the others?
Yes. According to the talisman, the eye should be placed in the hands of the defiled statue.
Or maybe they just sort of prepared the statue for being able to take on that specific eye?
By imbuing the newly born god with the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia.
Celestia?
Oh boy, the Abyss Order sure isn't holding back with this plan.
So Celestia being the realm of the gods? Or did we hear that name before?
Since no one knows where the first field tiller is, how about we take the information about the statue as the starting point for our investigation?
Should we ask the Church of Favonius about it?
That tone-deaf bard is too difficult to track down anyway. Let's go to the cathedral first and ask around. Maybe we'll learn something.
The cathedral.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the... I mean, I guess we have to investigate somehow, right? But I don't know. In this case, the gods that we already know, they certainly do play like a weird role in this. So, we certainly wouldn't want to draw attention to us, huh?
What's the matter, Dane?
Nothing. Let's get moving.
Fucking hell. We're helping you. Explain yourself. These are actually quite a few quests. I would have thought that this was going to be like one quest, like more of a long quest. 1 second. Sorry about that.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
Yeah, it's actually quite cool that... Do they all give Primogems, by the way? No. But I guess that would be a bit too much to ask. Yeah, I don't know, I'm still really distracted by all that sort of quote-unquote background information lore that I'm really not sure about. Well, I guess all I can do at this point is to just continue with the quest, right? Are those like church bells?
Statue, a grandiose cathedral. The people of Mondstadt clearly spent a great deal of resources and energy to construct them. But how aware of this was the Anemo Archon on receiving this gift? And how much did he give back in return?
Faith doesn't ask for anything in return, though, does it?
As long as the gods have a clear conscience about it all, there's nothing I can say about it.
There's just such a... I mean, because the thing is, right, the gods aren't just some abstract concept in this game. They're literally, like, not only do they literally exist, but they just... They're almost like normal people, just sort of very gifted ones in terms of, like, elemental energy manipulation and stuff like that. But they're literally just there, right? So... I mean, what I mean by that is they're almost more like a... Well, not necessarily a king. They don't necessarily lead their nations, but...
Shh! We're about to enter the cathedral! Don't say anything bad about the Anemo Archon! And actually, the Anemo Archon is... never mind!
I never specifically said I would enter the cathedral. I'll leave you two to mingle with the sisters.
Huh?
Are you curious?
You are the honorary knight of Mondstadt. They will surely allow you to poke into these affairs with their utmost trust.
Well, that's true.
Having me tag along would only make them suspicious.
Because they don't know you?
Correct. And just as our little friend said, I might say something bad about the church at any time. When a non-believer steps onto holy ground, the result is never pretty.
I mean, again, like, in a way, it's their faith, sure. But we're talking about it's faith in our world, right? Where gods are just constructs of humans that want to believe in something. Whereas in this world, they actually exist. And not only as some, like, abstract concept, but I
have never received the favor of the gods in the past. I don't see any reason I would need it now, or in the future either. That's enough about that. While we've been chit-chatting, the Abyss Order continues to act.
And yeah, with this whole getup that he has, he also seems like a person that might be connected to Conria, right? Almost making me think that he might be a descendant or something. But he clearly has sort of a different approach to whatever the Abyss Mages are doing.
Okay, then we'll just go in ourselves and ask around.
I should warn you about one thing. Don't go mentioning the defiled statue inside the cathedral. The Church of Favonius wouldn't ignore the matter of the statue, but if they rashly tried anything against the Abyss Order, it would only ruin whatever element of surprise we may have.
Wait. I mean, I agree that we shouldn't tell them about it. Mostly because, well, first of all, it would probably be way too dangerous for them, but also because, whatever sort of secret there is behind this, maybe they would try to cover it up or anything, or something like that, right? But we don't really have any kind of element of surprise against the Abyss Order. I mean, the Herald literally knows about us, and he's the one we're pursuing, and, like, what?
Also, meddling in the affairs of the Abyss usually doesn't end well for anyone.
That I fully agree with. Hey, we need to talk to Barbara. Also, now I wonder what the Fatui are actually on about.
I won't order just yet.
Honorary Knight! Hi, how have you been? Do you need anything today? But I should first make it clear that if you need to borrow the Holy Lyre de Hermel again, we cannot oblige.
Yeah, that won't be necessary this time. I still hate how they're not pronouncing it correctly. What is it with, like, Asian games always trying to include German names? And then, I mean, these are the English voice actors, right? But what's so hard about, like, letting them know how that's actually pronounced? I mean, like, let's say I was a voice actor, right? And I was supposed to say something Spanish or French sounding. I would still try to pronounce it correctly. I don't know.
It seems she hasn't realized it's just an illusion.
Oh, right. There was this whole thing as well. Right. Venti just sort of... What was it? I think he just gave them the lyre to sort of... Yeah, I don't remember why he did that.
Oh, we're here to ask some questions about something. Barbara, have you heard about the first field tiller?
Oh no, never mind. I completely forgot. I think Venti took the actual one for himself, right? And just enchanted like a fake one to not make them suspicious. I think something like that. I would be very surprised, by the way, if she ever heard of that name.
What's that? Field tiller. What does it do?
I feel like that question already gives away way too much.
Of course you wouldn't know anything about that. Okay, next question. Has the church ever lost a statue of the Seven?
Once again, not a very clever question. Why do we let Paimon ask questions here?
Huh? You're here to ask about that old story?
Oh.
Well, I didn't expect that. That was such a long time ago, barely anyone mentions it nowadays.
Well, at least it's a promising lead.
A long time ago, there was indeed one statue of the Seven that disappeared one night without a trace. Nearly every member of the church joined the search for it, but it was never found. In the church's records, as you might assume, this incident has been called the Lost Statue of the Seven.
By the way, Barbara's voice acting is actually really good because she doesn't talk in this weird fake voice actor tone, right? She actually just talks like a normal person would talk. I wish they would do that with more characters. That would make the dialogue seem a lot more, or a lot less artificial as well.
Of course!
Of course?
Nothing? So do you have any other clues? Paimon means any other strange stories? Sorry, Barbara, but we can't tell you about the statue we saw just yet. Like Dane said outside, it's for your own good.
Other strange stories? I'm not sure. Let me think about what other unusual incidents are in the church's records. Oh, the Tyrant's Final Fury? No, that's from another time. Probably unrelated.
The Tyrant's Final Fury?
Oh, this refers to a time of great danger that engulfed Old Mondstadt, the place now known as Storm Terror's lair. Many, many years ago, there was a time when balls of fire would rain from the sky whenever anyone approached Old Mondstadt.
So that sounds somewhat similar to that meteor story we heard about, and like burning something. again, was that part of some cutscene? Fuck, why don't I remember this? This is really bugging me, because usually I at least remember sort of, or rather, it sort of triggers my memory, right? And at least I remember when that was said, or that I heard something at all. The weird thing is that I don't really remember this at all.
Balls of fire raining from the sky? How terrifying!
People at that time believed it was a curse laid down by the god of storms, so they referred to it as the tyrant's final fury. This strange phenomenon continued for about a year. No one was ever able to solve it. It just gradually ceased on its own.
Well, yeah, that's kind of bizarre. That's true.
Right. Later, the theory of the tyrant's final fury became less probable in the eyes of the church. Common reasoning dictates that the god of storms wouldn't shoot fireballs. Perhaps it was something else that caused the disaster. Anyway, this incident might not be related to the lost statue of the Seven, but I just can't think of any other strange incidents that might be.
It's okay. Thanks anyway!
There's that pointless word, thank you, again. I can never get used to hearing it.
What?
Oh, Rosaria, it's you.
What? Aren't you, like some sort of vampire? The hell are you doing in the church?
If you're looking for the Knights of Favonius, they're busy with those monsters again.
Also, the voice actress that is voicing her, doesn't she also do another character? Seems very similar to another character we've already met. I just can't place it right now.
Those monsters?
Those monsters that tried to attack Mondstadt last time during the Storm Terror incident?
Wasn't that the Abyss Order? They're at it again?
Indeed. They're gathering in Wolvendom, causing great unrest among the wolves. Could it be that the Abyss Order is targeting the spirit of Lupus Boreas? As for what purpose, I can't say for certain. Master Jean has already headed off to Wolvendom. I must also begin to make a move myself.
Who are you again? Were we ever, introduced to her before? I mean, there's probably, a character quest that's connected to her, but,
Then I will go as well.
Master Jean said you should stay at the church and continue your work with the clergy.
But you're also a member of the clergy.
I guess I will go help as well.
We'll go give Master Jean a hand.
Oh, okay. If the honorary knight will be there, then... But please, everyone, be careful. May the Animal Archon protect you all.
What? I'm just more confused by the second. Fucking hell. I also feel like I'm sort of missing a clue here or something.
The breeze is making me
Strange. Strange indeed. I mean, I guess the involvement of the gods just makes this weird. And also, couldn't we just literally ask Venti about it, for example?
I see.
I mean, I don't know if that would be...
Has the Abyss Order already launched a new operation?
I don't know if that would be necessarily very intelligent, but... Yeah, it might be more efficient, in a way.
This could very well have something to do with the defiled statue. We should go as well.
But what is the Abyss Order going to Wolvendom for anyway? Are they looking to do the same as they did with Dvalin? Not again!
Oh, doing something to the wolf, huh?
No, that's not likely. Unlike Osile, who was just suppressed, Andreas died long ago.
Who the fuck is Andreas?
Today, it is just his spirit that
Oh.
stands guard over Wolvendom.
The original wolf.
The Abyss Herald may just be targeting the spirit of Andreas in an attempt to garner some information from one of the Animo Archon's old companions.
I do very much like the mystery that this quest has, though. That's very, very cool. Hi.
The Abyss Order!
Don't underestimate the enemy. Let's take them now.
Boba, get them!
Forth, my blade!
Oz revealed the...
I still wish that they would... Why aren't they dropping materials? That seems...
From whence you came!
I don't know. Bit unfair, to be completely honest.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
What?
Swift and merciful!
Whew. There sure are a lot of enemies around here.
The closer we get to the target, the more enemies there are. Fits the Abyss Order's style.
What kind of style is that? Doesn't that just make sense? I mean...
Yeah, let's go!
I'm not going any further.
Again.
Huh? Why not? Is it because you're afraid of fluffy animals?
I wouldn't really call the wolf spirit a fluffy animal. It's still kind of, like, strong. Yeah, that's probably not it.
Nothing to do with wolves. It's because Boreas was an ancient god, yet he willingly became a servant of the Seven.
Wait, what? A servant? Didn't you just say something about him being an old friend of the Animal Archon, essentially? A servant of the Seven?
I cannot possibly agree with his actions. I don't desire any interaction with him.
I mean, just because you don't agree with him, he's a spirit of himself anyway. Like, what? And he doesn't know that you don't agree with it, unless he's, like, seen you at some point in the past, I guess. Or knows you're, like,
Besides,
weird.
You're the one people like. I'm less likable.
Well, whose fault is that, huh? You really despise the Seven, huh?
There's nothing special about gods anyway.
Well, that's true, but... I mean... You're sort of blocking your own path. You do realize that, huh?
It's just my opinion, but a word of advice. Always be on your guard when around gods. You shouldn't place too much trust in them. But at the same time, don't go too far in the opposite direction. Don't go trying to overthrow them or hunt them down.
Yeah, it really feels like, even though he might have not necessarily been part of the old Conria nation, somehow he's certainly definitely connected to them, right? And he might just disagree with the way the Abyss Order is trying to get their nation back. Because either it's because he realizes that the gods can't really be defeated, at least not all of them at once, or rather he doesn't necessarily think that leads to anything good either. well, yeah, something like that, right? He must disagree on some level with whatever the Abyss Order is doing currently. Although technically he seems to have somewhat of a same background.
Even if the god in question is your sworn enemy.
Don't trust them and don't hunt them. That's some awkward advice. Does Dane hate the Seven, or is he protecting them?
I mean, his opinion isn't contradictory. It's just somewhere sort of in the middle, right?
Lest I repeat the failings of my forebears.
Yeah, as I suspected. So he's some kind of descendant from Conria.
I will tell you one final fact.
Huh? What fact?
The destruction of the nation of Conria by the gods is the reason the Abyss Order now seeks to destroy the nations watched over by the Seven.
Well, duh. Thanks, Mr. Obvious. That was quite clear, wasn't it? I mean, like, clearly, they want to sort of get revenge, right? Or want to get their nation back. Either way, they're clearly fighting against the Seven.
Well, enough chit-chat. We should get back to business. I will go take care of the remaining Abyss Order members in the area. Try and keep your visit with Boreas brief. Afterward, let's meet at the entrance to Wolvendom.
Though, I guess, yeah, that's definitely, like, one of the things that has been bothering me this entire time is, the Seven are definitely a very divided sort of construct as well, right? I mean, they're called the Seven, and maybe for some reason back in the day, like 500 years ago, they were actually working together to bring down the nation of Conria. But wasn't it sort of a big point of the game so far in those Mondstadt and Liyue chapters that nowadays those gods well, not only are they sort of keeping to themselves and not really meddling all that much in the current affairs of their respective nations, but also they kind of fought amongst themselves a lot of the time, right? Or at least, well, they certainly weren't like one sort of united front by any stretch of the imagination, right? They were very clearly, like, all of them sort of pursued their own ideas and ideals and built up their own nation. They didn't necessarily work together. Didn't we also hear about quite a few, like, actual conflicts between the gods? Wasn't that also, like, a big point? Wasn't there some kind of, like, one big part of the map? Wasn't that some kind of ancient battlefield between, like, the Geo Archon and somebody else as well? Or some other Archon or god or whatever? I think I remember something like that as well. And also, even now, they're clearly fighting, right? Because aren't the Fatui, like, they're part of one of the Seven Nations in Tavad as well, right? Assuming that they also have some Archon that they're following. And they're clearly fighting, or somewhat fighting against, or at least plotting against the other nations, in a way. So, I mean, sure, for the Abyss Order, it probably doesn't really make any difference, right? They want to take revenge for what happened to their nation, and so they're fighting the Seven, but I mean, I guess the weird part about this is, why would the Seven then, why would they have fought against Conria? Maybe, well, because that's sort of at least how it's presented here, right? That they, sort of the Seven fought against Conria, and, well, the gods destroyed that nation. I mean, maybe that's sort of a simplified look back at that history.
Oh, there he goes.
I mean, that certainly could be somewhat unreliable information. Maybe it wasn't necessarily the gods or all of the seven. Maybe they also just had very different ideas, or rather, they might have agreed on the fact that Khaenri'ah needed to be taken down, but, well, I don't...
What a strange man.
You can kind of see where he's coming from. I mean, well, yeah, the things that he says, well, he uses a lot of words to say very simple things, but he's not necessarily wrong, right? I mean, he didn't even say that much. All he really said was, yeah, be wary of everybody, essentially.
Yeah, that's true. You also keep your guard up against unfamiliar gods. At the Rite of Dissension in Liyue, your decision was very similar to what Dane would do.
When there's a lack of trust, it's best to just avoid the situation entirely. Well, yeah. Well, until you gain more information, I guess.
Not the easiest situation.
Honorary Knight, Paimon, what are you two doing here?
Well, especially since we still just don't really have that much information, right?
Oh, Master Jean! So glad we found you. Rosaria told us that you came here to fight the Abyss Order, so we came to help.
Then your help is greatly appreciated. The Abyss Order's sudden offensive is very strange. They have surrounded Wolvendom. I am preparing to send out some knights to fight back. I just scouted out all of Wolvendom, but I did not see you. Rosaria told me that the Abyss Order is going after Boreas. But the Abyss Order and Boreas... what is the connection between them?
They just like to cause trouble. Do they really need a reason?
Yes.
The Abyss Order already went after Dvalin. It's not too surprising that they would also go after another one of the Animal Archon's buddies.
Right, who exactly was Dvalin anyway? Because he's not the Animal Archon, right? He's sort of a friend of him.
That is true. Regardless, whether the reason behind the present threat is clear or not, I will handle the situation. Honorary Knight, please go and check if Lupus Boreas is in any danger. This god's spirit... he does not often see people, but I hear that you have met him before. Maybe it is best that you are also the one to meet him this time.
I'll do it.
Okay, be careful. Thank you for your help, Honorary Knight of Favonius.
Sure. Dishonorable trial. Now I kind of get the quest name. Maybe we actually have to fight the wolf again? Although... why would we have to do that exactly? I don't know, in a way this quest sort of bothers me with how little we know and how little people are willing to sort of give away about it. I mean, obviously it does make sense, there seem to be a lot of secrets involved, but at the same time, I just really, really wish that...
Look! Over there, it's Razor! And the Abyss Herald!
Oh, they're actually really trying to capture him, huh?
You, not welcome here!
So, the wolf's wretched spirit likes to raise wild pups now. You claim to be a guardian, yet your once sharp claws have clearly dulled since your days of godly glory.
because gods always have to fight humans, or like what's your point?
If you serve us, we can restore your divine powers you once held in the past.
Yeah, that's also kind of a... Isn't that also pretty contradictory? I mean, well, at least if we assume that the Abyss Order is somehow related to Conria, or they want to bring that nation back, or they want to take revenge for whatever happened to the nation, then clearly, I mean, yes, they might abuse a god's power, but in this case, they... I mean, obviously, he's just he's just saying that to maybe like trying to trick the wolf, probably. It doesn't actually mean what he says, but still, that just seems like kind of a weird approach. Wouldn't they try to... Yeah, I don't know.
What the heck is this ceremony? He looks like he's in a lot of pain.
Well, I mean, they're clearly some kind of shackles or something, right?
Oh, is this the same thing they did to corrupt Dvalin's mind?
Wolves never surrender. But this can't go on.
Time for another round with the Abyss Herald.
No matter how many times you resist us, your efforts are all in vain.
Can we just kill you already? Also, I want to fight the wolf in the future as well. Right? That's my weekly trial, so please don't take him away from me. I need his materials.
Wind, hear me.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
One with my blade. Submit for...
Go as one.
What? Oh. That was just some kind of, like, spirit attack or something? Oh.
Barbados, guide us.
Shadow Raven, let night fall.
A touch of frost.
Nice and spicy.
From whence you came.
Holy shit. I'm really dealing a ton of damage to him. Oh, jeez. Now he's doing some kind of hydro thing.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Go as one.
That's a big shield that he has there.
I swear by my sword.
What?
Help! Regenerate attack.
Oh, for fuck's sake. How often are you doing that?
Forth, my blade.
Go as one.
It's kind of... like, in a way, it's still really funny to me that we're sort of able to freeze him. Like, he's supposed to be this, like, very powerful being, right? And we're just literally freezing him. But at least, I mean, that's, like, a lot better design than, like, with other games, where boss enemies for some reason always kind of resist all kinds of things. That's kind of boring. Well, finally, he's done. He's just... What was that all about? We defeated his master, and now this poor, lonely Hilichurl is kind of, like... He very quietly tried to sneak away, didn't he?
The ceremony was interrupted. How fortunate for you.
I thought we killed you. What the fuck?
How does an old spirit have such determined will?
He didn't even do anything. I did... What? Well, I mean, I guess he's talking about the fact that he didn't really let himself be taken over.
No matter. This is but a small, unforeseen variable. Our grand scheme will not be affected.
Sure, you keep telling yourself that. And once again, he fucks up.
It disappeared again.
Fucks off. Nopes out? Whatever. Just runs away. Sure ran away quickly.
Thank you. You came. Just in time.
Kind of still sad that I wasn't able to get Razor, by the way. It's kind of has a pretty cool design.
Human Lupercal, I am ashamed that you must see me in my present state. But still, the Abyss Herald underestimated my strength.
Yeah, he seems to greatly overestimate his own as well.
Lupus Boreas never refuses trial, but scary outsider, not respect trial rules.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to do his weeklies, that's for sure.
I too didn't see the trap.
Wait, so you mean the Abyss Order had everything prepared to corrupt Lupus Boreas' mind, then lured him out under the pretense of challenging him in a trial?
It's not your fault, Razor.
In the future, my claws must get sharper. You smelled danger and came here?
No, we heard about the danger. Paimon's nose doesn't even know what danger smells like. Besides coming to help, we actually have something to ask you about too.
Do we?
Excuse
us, she's
Mr.
so hung up.
Wolfgod. Do you know anything about the first field tiller?
I pay no heed to the contraptions of humans. I know not what this field tiller is. Though there was indeed one human-made machine that I can never forget.
Now I wonder if the entire time I was also wondering, like, why or what is so special about the first field tiller, right? Why? Because the field tillers in and of themselves, like the ruin guards that we've encountered, well, a couple of them are fairly strong. They're not all that special, especially since so many of them just exist. But with the way that everybody's now talking about it, this first field tiller, you know, it almost seems more of a... I mean, again, coming back to this idea of it potentially even creating other machines, maybe it might have actually been some, like, really huge machine or something.
It entered into my proving ground by accident, and I mistook it for a challenger.
Okay.
But it could not think, only fight. It was designed as a pure killing machine from top to bottom.
I mean, well, that does very much sound like the normal Ruin Guard, so, right?
I eventually damaged it greatly with one of my attacks. Before it fell to the ground, it fled the proving ground.
Wait, what? That's pretty... What? If it can't think, and it's just a killing machine, then why would it flee? You would assume that it doesn't really have the means to I don't know, feel fear, unless it's sort of built up or quote-unquote programmed to maybe run away if it senses itself being close to destruction or something.
By the sounds of it, it's possible that could have been the very first field tiller, right?
Not necessarily. It just sounds like any other of these ruin gods that we found. I mean, they can all spin and shoot missiles, right?
Yes, it could spin, leap high into the air, and even shoot fireballs. Although no match for a god, it was stronger than even many who wield visions.
Wait, it could shoot fireballs? Did that maybe... That sounds very suspiciously like what happened at Old Mondstadt, right? Stormterror's lair? If for some reason, some weird reason, those fireballs ceased to exist. I didn't really connect it to the Ruin Guards. I thought that it was some kind of weird meteor shower or something, but maybe it was literally just a rogue ruin guard that was somehow malfunctioning or something. But now I'm wondering again. So, I mean, the way that he's describing it definitely seems to be somewhat of a special machine, or rather a much more stronger one compared to the ones that we've encountered so far. But on the other hand, it doesn't seem to be necessarily different, just somehow a bit stronger.
Fireballs? Hey, didn't we hear this somewhere else recently as well?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
We did indeed.
this pretty much proves that the first field tiller came to Mondstadt, doesn't it?
But if it can't think, then, like, why is it even important to a degree? I don't really get it. Like, what makes it different? Well, first of all, what makes it different to the other ruin gods? And then second of all, why would that difference be of such importance?
Sounds like the first one was way stronger than the mass-produced ruin guards that came after.
Yeah, does sound like that. But other than that, it doesn't sound any different. That's what's so weird to me.
But in this story, it was damaged at the proving ground while fighting the Wolf of the North.
Don't know, but did we help?
Yes, you were a big help. Thanks. We need to keep investigating something super important. The Abyss Herald may have left, but the Abyss's forces are still attacking. You two be careful.
Yes, I smell more danger. Bigger danger. You too, also be careful.
Well, that was some good intel. Quick, let's go tell Dane.
This is just... I don't know. It's so... sort of... Well, first of all, it's kind of different to what I expected from this quest, but... like, the thing that's tripping me up is that it's both, like, really mysterious, but at the same time, it's also... kind of... I don't know, it just seems like there's some missing logic there. That's really what's so strange to me, is that somehow it feels like it's missing a lot of puzzle pieces to really make logical sense. In a way. Wait, is that platform floating? Oh no, it's it looked like it was floating for a second there. Yeah. I don't know. Right? I mean, I guess it just all seems so random. Why would this original machine...
There you are. Did you see Master Jean?
First of all, why would it come here? And then if Boreas is describing it as some sort of mindless killing machine, how, like, why would it have approached this place in the first place? Why would it wander around, and why would it run away? That seems more like behavior that a more, like, intelligent machine would have. Why is there one specific one that's much stronger than the other ones? That also doesn't really make sense, because if they were capable of building such a strong machine, right, even as the first one, apparently, why were the other ones so much weaker in comparison? I mean, that doesn't really make that much sense either, does it? And then also, still, the fact that whatever the Abyss Order is looking for seems to be some sort of core that the machine has. Which I'm also wondering, isn't sort of the weaponry what makes this machine so strong? Because that surely seems like there is some sort of core that contains, I guess for lack of a better word, some sort of AI that seems pretty advanced, right? But apparently, again, according to this description that we just heard, the being didn't really seem advanced at all in that sort of regard, right?
I saw her but purposely avoided her. As both the Lion Fang Knight and acting Grand Master, she naturally would have some reservations towards me. If I'm not careful, one day I may find myself becoming the object of one of her investigations.
Yeah, weren't you already an object of Deluxe investigations, though?
But back to the matter at hand. I defeated some of the Abyss forces, but wasn't able to gather any information. Did you have more success?
Well, not really. Depends on how you look at it.
I see. Well then, we can more or less figure out where the first field tiller ended up.
Huh? Really? Just from the Lupus Boreas story?
That information combined with a more comprehensive analysis. For example, the old story you told me you heard in the cathedral.
Tyrant's Final Fury.
Exactly. The strange story told to you by that young sister, long mistaken to be a curse rained down by a deceased tyrant.
Actually, Barbara's the deaconess. Wait, is she? I didn't really remember. Yeah, the fireballs raining from the sky were probably missiles.
Paimon gets it. So the tyrant's final fury was really just missiles fired from the field tiller after it ran from Wolvendom.
But again, this logically, this doesn't really make sense. Like, what was the point of that? Was he just malfunctioning because he lost? Because he was like damaged by the wolf? And so he just randomly shot off missiles everywhere? And why would he specifically go towards... I mean, that might have just been, like, random that it decided to go towards Storm Terror's lair, but... Like, isn't that strange? And also, didn't they talk about it happening for, like, a year? Although, well... It didn't shoot them off randomly, right? They were talking about something of it being, like when people approached it, I guess. So maybe it ran off towards there and, like, sort of tried to repair itself, and every time somebody came close, it just fired off missiles at them because it was scared that it was going to be destroyed, I guess. Although, once again... Well, I mean, that it would have some kind of defense mechanism like that does make sense, right? Although I do kind of wonder how they would be able to mistake them for meteors, depending on, I don't know.
Damaged in the fight with the Wolf of the North, it must have wandered into the ruins of Old Mondstadt and stayed there. Then, whenever anyone got close, pew, pew, boom! It would fire a ton of missiles at them. Until one day, it finally broke down for good, and the fireballs stopped raining from the sky.
Yeah, I guess so.
Back then, the people of Mondstadt hadn't seen many ruin guards before, so they came to interpret it as the Tyrant's final fury.
Back then. I wonder when that was, because if they hadn't seen many ruin gods before, like logically, it would have been probably also a couple hundred years ago, right? I mean, obviously not 500, but maybe 350 or 300 or something?
It looks like we need to make a trip to Storm Terror's lair and comb the entire area.
I mean, once again, it sort of depends on how these machines are built. Are they really built with no intelligence at all? Or are they built with some intelligence? And if they are, then what is that intelligence precisely? Yeah, no need, I guess.
What do you mean?
Wait, did we already find that?
You mean... Oh, Paimon remembers too! We saw that abandoned ruin guard sitting atop the tower when we went there before. Can't forget something like that.
But what? Doesn't he just look like every other one? I mean, I think there was some specific mention of it, right? Because isn't it technically one of the first ones that you see during the main quest as well? I think it actually might be. Maybe? Is it? I think I remember Paimon, maybe Paimon or somebody else, is just like makes a comment about it when you first go to fight Dvalin, right? I think you just run past it and there is some kind of comment being made. But again, it just looks like all of the other ones. Not special at all. Right? This is so strange to me. I don't really know. It's that one down there, right? Yeah. But yeah, it just looks like all the other ones. Wait, how did we actually get up here? This way, right? Huh.
This is it, right? Okay then, use your elemental sight to look for the eye.
But then, again, like, didn't the Abyss Order, wasn't that the whole point that they sort of essentially ruled over, well, not ruled over this place, but, I mean, well, Dvalin resided here, but weren't they also here? Wouldn't they have seen this thing? I don't know.
Ooh, so what did you see?
Yeah, it's probably not here anymore, right? Because the Abyss Order was here, they would have taken it.
Huh? Nothing? Oh, but Paimon was so excited!
But then, if they would have taken it, then they already had it. What?
What's going on? Are you sure you did it right?
Or maybe it just doesn't work anymore, so it doesn't have any elemental power left? That might also be the case.
This requires another method.
Yeah.
Using elemental sight on a field tiller is of no use because it is not powered by the elements. Let me give it a try.
What's that?
And done.
Whoa!
Wow! It's
The very thing the Abyss Herald has been seeking all along. The eye of the first field tiller.
It still doesn't make any sense. Why would the first one be different? It literally looks like all the other ones. And this eye thing, the still active ones that we fought, don't they have the exact same thing in them? What makes this one so special?
All of the ruin guards today are just replicas of this machine. As the prototype, its combat capability was unrestricted.
Okay. But what does that mean exactly?
prototype? Oh, Paimon doesn't know that word. Is it another ancient term from Conria?
I mean, sure, it might have been unrestricted, but I mean, doesn't the strength of a machine like this mainly stem from all the weapons that are attached to it? Or rather its size or like actual strength? Why would the fact that it's unrestricted make that much of a difference? Because like the way they're talking about, maybe it's just the weird way they're talking about it, but they made it seem like it was like literally orders of magnitude stronger than all of the other ruin guards, which that really doesn't seem to be the case, does it?
As the Abyss Order has surmised, if this eye is placed in the hands of the defiled statue, and if the limbs of Osial, Overlord of the Vortex, are attached to the statue, there you have a mechanized god.
Really? I mean... Once again, this doesn't really answer all of my questions at all, right? So, like, in a way, this eye thing, right, seemingly does contain, I guess, for the lack of, like, better words in this context, the eye seems to be sort of the mind of these robots, right? And so maybe the first one really did have a much more advanced sort of AI routine that would allow it to, I guess, utilize its power in a much more intelligent way than all the other ones. But that does bring up the question, why then not, like, build all the other ones exactly the same? Why make them essentially, quote-unquote, a lot dumber than this one? That doesn't really make so much sense to me. And then, what exactly is the Abyss Order actually planning? Like, they're taking Osial and cutting it apart? And then, why attach the limbs to the statue? Like, why specifically the statue? What does that do? It doesn't necessarily seem like something that would make up for a, like, strong creature, right? To have, like, a stone statue in the middle of you? That just seems so... I don't know. Just like a very strange idea, doesn't it?
This newly born god will have the power to topple the divine thrones of Celestia.
Yeah, I don't think it has that power. Like, if you think through it logically, well, I mean, it could have, but I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's like that. Sounds like some sort of weird mechanical abomination, right? I mean, surely it might be strong, but to take down all of the gods? Nah, that seems fairly far-fetched. But then again, yeah, we don't, like, it's very weird how they sort of make this first ruined god literally look like everything else. I mean, I do agree, though, that the Abyss Order must be stopped, but I don't know.
Then, what should we do with this eye?
Put it under the guardianship of the Church of Favonius? Can't we just destroy it? That seems like the best option in a way. But I mean,
no.
Sure.
I'll guard it myself.
I guess that's also an option, although I don't trust you either, to be completely honest. Right? I mean,
Huh? You? Dane? You won't go and do anything crazy with it, will you?
Yeah.
You may doubt me if you wish, but I must ensure it does not fall into the wrong hands.
I mean, yeah, the wrong hands in your eyes, maybe.
No matter where we may hide it, they will find it.
That's true.
And as for the Church of Favonius, well, you know I don't trust them.
I mean, it wasn't a great idea to begin with. I also don't think that they would be capable of actually protecting it, so... I would still opt for destroying it.
Right.
Because, I mean, that's what we're doing, right? If we're, like, fighting against normal ruin guards, aren't we literally destroying this thing? And that's why they stop working? So, shouldn't we be able to destroy this as well?
Our work isn't done yet. To avoid any further repercussions, we must also take care of that defiled statue.
But doing what exactly?
We can't have the church get involved. Let's handle it ourselves. As for what I mean by take care of it, Naturally, I mean to completely destroy it.
Oh, so we're destroying the statue, but we're not destroying the eye, or whatever this thing is called. How very convenient for you, huh?
Destroy it? That's a statue of the Seven! As well as being a really important cultural relic, they're actually divine too!
Paimon, nobody cares about that. I mean, at least we don't.
Good thing we didn't tell Barbara earlier. Otherwise she'd be going completely bonkers right now.
Yeah, that might be true.
Do the Seven really expect me to help them look after what belongs to them? Let's go back to those ruins and destroy the inverted statue. If we are lucky, we will also run into that Abyss Herald.
And finally kill it.
I'll make sure it doesn't get away this time.
Yeah, please do. Because he is really annoying. Huh. Wait, what? Teleport waypoint unlocked? I guess those ruins? I guess this will be the last part of the quest, I'd imagine. Wait, what kind of teleport waypoint did we unlock? What? Oh, there's a trial challenge that I haven't done. Whatever. I don't know. I really like this quest. It's pretty cool, fairly mysterious. We learned a lot about the sort of background lore about the whole world of Teyvat and stuff and history. But in some cases they kind of lost me, or at least... Wait, we're supposed to have Hydra in our party? Why? I guess let's take Child instead of Official this time. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah,
So after all that running around, we end up right back here again.
Yeah, we do.
Look at us.
Currently.
We barely escaped this place last time, and now we're strolling right back in.
I mean, last time this place...
Surely we must be some of the bravest adventurers in all of Teyvat. That or the stupidest. To get to that creepy statue, we just need to follow the path we used to escape last time. That should take us right to it.
Yeah, let's...
Yep, that'll work. Let's go. And remember to be on your guard.
Don't you remember that we, the ground literally fell from beneath our feet? Why the fuck does this place have bubbles? Seriously. I sure hope they didn't introduce any new treasure chests. Of course they did. Seriously? Can you actually... Wait a second. Nah. It can't be destroyed. Well, that's unfortunate. It's just... I don't know. I mean... Like, gameplay-wise, these things do make sense, right? Because obviously they're just an object bearing your path, right? And they're an object that is meant to... Well, you're meant to avoid them, right? That's the whole point of this. But them being, like, bubbles makes them just feel a lot less threatening, I guess, than if they were... I don't know. They could have used some weird orbs or something? I don't know, but them being bubbles, it's just, it's more cute than anything else, right?
An eerie, lifeless, dark chamber. I understand the evil aura you were describing earlier.
But that stuff on the rocks, that's blood, isn't it? Pretty sure it is.
Oh, such a scary place.
Be careful to not be overwhelmed by the power of the defiled statue. The Abyss Herald. It's here.
Alright, let's kill it.
You sense correctly. You are just as vexatious as ever, Dainsleif, enemy of the Abyss. I sense your soul is stained by terrible bloodshed, perhaps from your darkest nightmares, unless...
Soul is stained by terrible bloodshed? What the fuck are you talking about?
And something far more dangerous. You reek of a corruption familiar to me. Then we are the same. We're both dangerous. But dangers from outside of the Abyss Order must be caught and caged.
Okay.
It is your words that forever reek of corruption.
For fuck's sake, they're both talking like vague
Time to
again.
silence you.
Yeah, please, can we just kill that thing? He's annoying.
One with my blade.
Also, why exactly are we like fighting with Hydro against it? It doesn't really make it. Isn't it Hydro itself?
Nice and spicy.
A touch of frost.
Barely a scratch. You're toast.
I swear by my sword.
Oh, that's why, I guess.
Riptide.
You have a lot of health. Whoa, that was a bit too close. Wait, what? What the fuck was that about? Oh, he's, I guess, summoning a bunch of Abyss Mages to his help? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Spirit blade. Attack. Forth my blade.
Nope. Wait, did he heal himself or the other one, or what did he do? Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, this corner certainly is unfortunate. Well, now I need to remember or not remember, but rather I need to wait for the fucking cooldown. Oh, for fuck's sake, this is annoying. Yeah, this is... The problem is this can always happen, like where it's sort of chained in a way where it just doesn't really let you escape. I mean, I was literally trapped in that weird corner over there. And also I'm taking some weird damage without actually getting hit by anything. That was very strange. Yeah, retry. Wait, it just starts off with the other two things just standing there? For fuck's sake, that almost killed me again.
Swift and merciful.
Can you...
That really hurt.
I pressed fucking R2 accidentally. Fucking hell. Oh, why does it... Alright, let me see. Let's just equip this one. Can you please? I need to.
Amateur
What is this? Like, why? You can't even escape it. That's weird. Like, they're touching you and are literally doing like thousands of damage just by being close to you for some weird reason.
Boba, get them!
From whence you came.
Go as one!
Barbados!
Finally. No, I don't want to fight him. I want to kill the other ones. Bye-bye. Oh, for fuck's sake! Well, finally.
At the frying pan,
Oh, nope. Wrong character.
get them!
Finally. Hope he doesn't spawn more of them. That sure was annoying. I don't know, they had just this, like, very weird combination of things going on there. One thing that I don't really like about Child is that it's very hard to see when his sort of whole thing actually stops. Oh, for fuck's sake. Also, why are we constantly fighting in this damn, like, bugged out corner? Why is the fight constantly returning to it? Wait, what? Oh, that's tripping me up. Also, like, I don't know, fighting him on his own is just, oh right, he's constantly, like, increasing the cooldowns of my actions, right? But fighting him on his own is really easy, compared to, like, all of the other stuff was just annoying. Right?
From whence you
Oh,
came.
for fuck's sake.
Go as one! Boba, get them!
Wait, hear me.
Riptide.
Yeah, I don't know what they were talking about with the whole, like, apparently you want to have Hydro in here? Like, why? Just because there's, like, this Fire Mage in here? I guess that might be the case. Your end is nigh. And he also has a Hydro Shield. Like, this would be a lot easier to do if I had frickin' Fischl here, probably. Well, not necessarily a lot easier, but certainly... Oh, for fuck's sake. Why does he do that 3 times?
Spirit Blade.
I swear by my sword.
Go as one!
Wait!
One with my blade.
Boba, get them!
Ooh, we get a cutscene. It's a very cool animation, though. He wants to escape again, right? Finally. For the first time, he's actually doing something. Oh, hello! Nice boob shot. I know you.
Princess.
Hey! Could that be?
Lumine?
Ether.
Wait, her name is Lumine and my name is Ether? Finally found you.
Wait! She just blocked an attack against the Abyss Herald! Your sister and the Abyss?
Ether, why are you with Dane?
In a way, Ether is kind of a cool name for the MC. I like it. You're asking about Dane?
Huh?
Why are you asking about something that doesn't
Your
matter?
sister knows Dane?
I mean, technically, none of this matters to us, right?
Lumine, we meet again.
What was I calling her? Lumine? Lumine, okay.
What's going on here? Dane knows her too?
You shouldn't team up with this man.
Well, none of us should be teaming up with anything here.
He is my enemy.
Well, cool.
Lumine.
Hold on a second.
But it must be said. Don't try to stop me. Don't try to stop the Abyss. That man, Dainsleif, was the Twilight Sword, one of the royal guards of the final dynasty of Conria. 500 years ago, he failed to prevent the destruction of Conria.
Alright, so he isn't actually a descendant, he actually belonged to them. I mean, I kind of suspected that, because he very much looks like that, but, so, I mean, he failed something, that doesn't necessarily make him an enemy. Twilight Sword. I still wonder what she has to do with them, though. Like, what?
A curse of immortality was laid upon him to forever wander the wilderness, while he watched the people he was supposed to protect turn into monsters of the Abyss.
Ooh, okay. So now that also makes a lot more sense. That's cool. Or I guess it's pretty horrible, but the fact that, because that obviously was something I was wondering about is, well, if it was a nation built purely by humans without any kind of god, then obviously the question arises why they're now not human. But if they were turned into that, so there is some kind of maybe curse that the gods put on them, maybe? And he has a curse of immortality laid upon him. That's also kind of strange, though. What, like, first of all, who did that? Second of all, why?
You're saying Dane is from Conria? The same Conria that was destroyed 500 years ago? And you said the people turned into monsters? You're trying to tell Paimon that the Abyss Order is not only related to Conria, but is actually the people of Conria themselves?
I mean, it makes a lot more sense than them just being sort of some mindless creatures. You know, one thing that I'm a bit... So, I guess if you choose the female MC, right? The male one would now stand before you. And they're both voice acted, right? They both have a voice actor. And, well, it's sort of weird because, like, usually when games do something like this, where you have a Paimon, right? Sort of a companion to the main character, in this way, it's because the main character is supposed to be you, right? So there's sort of the silent protagonist thing, right? But considering that they have a voice actor and they clearly, at least in this situation, decide that the MC is more than just you. He's an actual part of the story and has some background as well. I mean, we knew that already, but, you know, to have it laid out so plainly, it does make me wonder why he isn't talking. Why they didn't decide to make the MC, like, properly talk as well. I think that would help a lot with some of the awkwardness that some of the dialogue has sometimes. Kind of wish they would have done that. I think that would actually be pretty cool, because design-wise, I actually like the MC a lot. I think it would be pretty cool, because I sort of imagined the situation being the other way around, where now the male MC would stand in front of you. I really would have liked to see that as well. And now I kind of wish that he would talk. It's a bit unfortunate.
And the whole thing about Dane
And once again, why are these characters being so vague? Why would Dine be her enemy if he's just like, if he's cursed like that? I mean, sure, he failed to protect the people, but why does it make him an enemy? Doesn't he just make him like a failed protector? I don't know. Come with me. Let's go home.
Home. Yes. Of course. Home is wherever we are together. But I cannot go with you to the next world to find a new home. At least, not yet. Until the Abyss has engulfed the thrones, my war with destiny will see no end.
What?
Listen to me, Ether. I have already traveled through this world once. Once you reach the end of your journey as I did, you will see for yourself the true nature of this world.
But if you tell me now, we can just skip all that. Wouldn't that be a lot more efficient? I mean, I'm kind of struggling with this as a concept because I don't really know whether I like it or not. Like, in a way, because we've kind of already seen that, right? Isn't sort of the purpose here that they're trying to tell us, well, you know, there are these gods that are sort of ruling over this world, but they're neither good nor bad, right? They can be, like, they can do good deeds, but they also do a lot of bad stuff as well, right? And it heavily depends on the situation and heavily depends on the people that are living here, blah, blah, blah. Isn't that kind of what she's getting at? Would the journey really tell us anything new? Or would it just sort of cement this viewpoint, right? That the gods aren't as good as they pretend to be. I mean, I guess there might be more to it. But, I mean... And what was she doing? So she was just traveling this world essentially 500 years ago while we were still, like, sleeping, or what? Huh. I mean, it really feels like she was maybe, or I suspected that she's actually the reason why that old civilization even flourished to begin with, right? She might have built it up in the first place. But why isn't sort of the whole thing, when you start the game, isn't it talking about something along the lines of these, you know, she and her brother, well, having traveled a lot of worlds? Like, why would she be so specifically interested in this one?
So we'll meet again. Though we need not rush, brother. I have more than enough time to wait for you. We have always had enough time.
What? Wait, we weren't able to get through, but Dane was?
Left. Oh, don't be too sad. We'll find them again. Look on the bright side. At least we got some really useful information.
Did we? I mean, yeah, we kind of did, but... But that's sort of... what is her point in all of this? Like, wasn't she also kind of contradicting herself there? Because, like, she wants, for some reason, she wants us to make well, essentially somewhat the same journey that she did at some point. And through that journey, she wants us to see or come to the same conclusion that she reached for some reason. But if that is indeed the case, then why would she, like, be opposed to us traveling with Dane? Because if he's bad, or if he's, like, I don't know, somewhat of a negative influence, isn't that the whole point? Wouldn't it be the point for us to see the bad side of people so that we can discern for ourselves what the problem is?
That's right! At least now, as well as the Seven, Dane is also a key part of finding your sibling too, right?
I mean, technically we aren't even looking for her anymore, right? And why do we suddenly want to get to Inazuma? What does that have to do with anything?
That's right! By the way, what they said just now is all pretty confusing. Did you understand it at all?
Paimon, I'm not 8. Yes, of course I did. But yeah, I mean, well, did somebody already tell us about Inazuma? I guess they did.
Oh, well then, let's go over it again.
I just said that I understood it. Traveler and Paimon try to recall as many details as they can.
First off, that Abyss Herald called your sister Princess.
Yes, because she probably founded Conria. Or at least, well, was their leader at some point.
Seems like your sister is leading the Abyss Order. Even the Abyss Herald answers to her. Still, we don't know for sure if she's the highest ranking leader in the organization.
Also, doesn't this make it weird if we actually fight the Abyss Order in the future? Like, we now literally know that there are surviving humans from Conria. Well, I mean, I guess we're still killing the treasure hoarders as well, right? So, although isn't it kind of assumed that we don't kill them? It just, well, certainly does have sort of a weird aspect to it, doesn't it?
Also, your sister said that she wants to engulf the thrones and go to war with destiny. What the heck does that mean? Could it be that she wants to destroy the Seven and the Seven Nations?
Does sure sound like it. Well, I mean, go to war with destiny. That's probably a reference to whatever god actually we actually met it right at the beginning of the game, right? That would certainly sort of, or could be described as going to war with destiny. The thing that I'm not really getting about this is, aren't the gods sort of, well, I mean, they're not really at war with themselves, but they don't necessarily like to work together, right? These 7 nations here in Tevat are not really, well, currently they're not fighting each other, but they're not necessarily friendly towards each other either. The gods aren't either as well. So, engulf the thrones. I mean, engulf the thrones, I guess, means that she wants to, like, well, in a way, take over the thrones that are currently inhabited by the gods in the 7 nations, right? It just feels like we're missing at least 90% of the information that we would need in order to even remotely figure out what the fuck is going on here, right?
Next thing, turns out the Abyss Order monsters are really what the people of Conria turned into after their nation was destroyed. This story is just plain terrifying.
And yeah, what is that about? Is that also some kind of curse that some god put on them?
And Dane is from Conria too! He witnessed its destruction 500 years ago! But he didn't turn into a monster, and now he's fighting the Abyss Order.
Well, that part is kind of strange, right? So, in a way, I mean, he told us that he doesn't like the gods or the Abyss Order, so... hmm. Wouldn't that mean that he also knows something that would lead him to believe that that's the best course of action?
So that's why your sister said that Dane is her enemy, right?
Yeah, I don't like that part. Why would she say that? Shouldn't she be a bit more impartial towards that?
But if the monsters of the Abyss are the same people that Dane protected all those years ago, then why is he enemies with the Abyss Order now?
Exactly.
Also, how come, after all this time we spent searching for your sister, it turns out she's on the side of the Abyss? What's up with that?
Well, I mean, first of all, the Abyss isn't what we thought it was, right? So that already makes it kind of a different situation. But then again, I wouldn't necessarily say that she's on the side of the Abyss. Rather, the Abyss is on her side. Which, I mean, I guess we're talking about semantics here, but I mean, she's considered the princess, right? I wonder if she founded Conria, or she was somehow definitely connected to leading Conria, right? And we have many new questions but few answers. That's absolutely correct, yeah. We're just missing too much context at this point to really make anything out of the situation.
Yeah, you're right. Then we can't let ourselves get down about it now. Our journey's not over yet. Let's get a move on. Time to leave this terrible dark place and get back to the surface where the sun shines bright. If your sister wants you to reach the end of your journey, well then, show her what you're made of.
Why is it going into first person mode?
Traveler, let's go.
That was an interesting decision. Oh boy. I have absolutely no idea what to make of this. Oh, yeah, I should probably take this chest. That was certainly something. I didn't really expect them to go this route with it. That they would literally show the sister like this, right? In a very sort of obvious manner. I mean, it's still, I really, really like this aspect of the game, and I thought these quests were done pretty well. Although I kind of dislike that they're not really putting in any hints whatsoever, right? They're not really making it possible, I guess, to try to figure out the situation on your own, right? You have to rely on the game to tell you what's actually going on here, which... I mean, considering that we're still somewhat at the very start of your journey throughout this whole thing, apparently, in that regard, it does make sense, right? But at the same time, it just... I just wish that we would have gotten some more information about this whole thing. Well, I mean, I'm not going to continue with the quest right now. Is it even, like, what is the next quest? Chapter 2 prologue? Guess that's it, huh? A path through the storm. Take in the view outside of Liyue Harbor to collect your thoughts. You share your feelings with Paimon before embarking on the next phase of your journey. Should I do this then? Or should I actually do this? Because this just kind of seems like sort of an after story to the whole Liyue stuff. I mean, I'm not really going to do this now, but also these things are still something that I should definitely think. What is that? What is this? A device that can transmute materials placed within and convert it into some other material. During the transmutation process, you must use elemental attacks to generate enough energy for the transmutation. After obtaining the transmute, you must wait 7 days to use it once again. This mysterious device discovered within it has the power to accelerate recycle transmute material, generally speaking. Okay, that sounds interesting. Huh. Yeah,
the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
I very much like this interlude quest, right? I do like the sort of structure that they went with here, where you you had an introduction to the whole game, to the concept of it, and with Mondstadt there was definitely a lot of stuff that build up a basic foundation about sort of a lot of this background lore. But then you also got a lot of information about Mondstadt itself, obviously, right? And then it sort of went to the next chapter, which was all about Liyue, which gave a bit more background to the different gods and how they interact and how different parts of this world interact with each other, right? And how different nations in this world exist. And now they sort of brought it back around to the, sort of quote-unquote actual main story, or main story thread, I guess I can say, in the background, right? Which is all about, not only the sister of the MC, but, about, I guess, the sort of bigger picture, right? The bigger thing behind this whole nation. I really like the general structure. I have a couple, I said so before, right? I have a couple of things where I feel like the dialogue is sometimes a bit, they sometimes say a lot of stuff without actually saying anything, which is, I don't know, not that great to listen to sometimes. And then there's also the voice acting, where I think the voice acting direction is just sometimes a bit awkward, or I guess it's sort of a missing direction sometimes. So again, a couple of those details I don't really like, but the overall story structure I do like. I think it has a lot of mystery there, which I think I like that sort of aspect of it, and the way they've built up the mystery as well. There's a lot of places it can go, and I'm all here for it. Although obviously, whether or not it's actually good in the end, we can't really say that now. There's just too much we just don't know yet. But I'm really looking forward to the next part of the journey. Before I will do that, though, I think I'm probably going to look at a couple of the other quests first. I very, very much want to visit the new areas, right? But I also kind of want to complete the other quests first, or at least I at least want to do, stuff like that with the gadget, right? That you can unlock. I definitely want to get that first, because I feel like those things were probably introduced before the new zones were introduced. I would guess, at least. So I want to somewhat complete everything that's here. Yeah. All right, let's just chill in Liyue for today, or I guess, yeah. Since I can craft it right now, let's quickly craft a resin thing. Yes. I had already completed the dailies, right? Yes. Wait. Why is there only 4 hours remaining for the weekly missions? Shit. Really? I thought that it would reset on Tuesday. I didn't notice that before. Fuck, I want to go to bed. Shit. That's not how I planned this to go. Well, I honestly just didn't notice that before. I guess I need to... I guess I need to complete a couple of those weeklies, huh? Yeah, I really didn't notice that before. Oh no. So those things, that was always something that really tripped me up about this game in the first place, because the weird way with which they're doing resets in this game, everything, literally everything, resets at different times. There are weeklies that actually end with Sunday, apparently. Then there are other weeklies which are the bosses, right? So the wolf. Let me take a look at this. The wolf? No, wait, they refresh in 4 hours as well. Huh. Wait, why did I think that it reset weekly? I think that was because of last week, because the update came out on Tuesday. So these things actually do reset weekly, apparently. Well, that's cool. That means that I can do weeklies tomorrow as well, then, huh? Okay. Let me quickly. I need to get money anyway. So we'll do that first. The Knights of Favonius are all working hard. Or no, wait. First of all, I want to see if I use the pot.
Maybe.
If I collect this realm currency, technically I should be able to probably get the weekly stuff for this.
If you ever had...
Yes. At least we got this as well. The boss opponents, this is the annoying part. I also don't know. I mean, the ley lines, these two I can't do anyway. The ley line challenges I can do now, because I want to get the, let me see. Probably want to get the money one, right? I need to replenish my resin though. Let's see. This one. Okay. I need to complete it 5 times. Fucking hell. Oh, wait. I should also switch out Childs.
In the name of the princess.
Okay.
Reveal by
forth my blade.
At the frying pan.
Weirdly enough, in this case, I could have probably used Child as well.
Submit for judgment.
Barbados, guide us.
Wait, are the things from the random thing coming down towards me? Whoopsie.
Nice and spicy.
Swift and merciful.
I summon thee.
remember this, they can also, like, sort of weirdly stun lock you. Wait, what? Is there a third one? Oh no, it's different things.
From whence you came?
I swear by my sword.
I do like that a lot of these are dropping the arrowheads, though. Though I probably think that maybe now I'm actually having more than enough of those, and I'm probably missing some other upgrade material.
Midnight Phantasmagoria.
Also, that knight there in the background, he's just chilling by, wondering, oh, what the hell is going on there? At least these things don't take too long, right? Let's see. That's a good part about it. Next one's over there. Is that close? Ah, well, somewhat. Yeah, well, I mean, that's definitely something that I need to remember, the way this thing resets. But again, the game still has a lot of, like, weird resets that are just sort of not... Like, the problem isn't that it's, like, you can't assume that a weekly reset occurs on Sunday. That's not necessarily something that's unusual. The problem is that, again, there's just a couple of things that reset at different times, which is the weird part about this.
From whence you came?
I swear by my sword.
By royal decree.
One with my blade.
Nice and spicy.
As you wish, main Fräulein.
Where did these two come from? Holy shit. Do you have to include so many?
A touch of frost.
I summon thee.
Wind, hear me.
Go as one.
Spirit blade.
Luba, get them. Odds revealed by...
And he's probably healing him, right? Let's kill him first.
One with my blade.
I swear by my sword.
What?
Swift and merciful.
By royal decree. Go as one.
At least you can also kind of get around him. Nice. Did I miss anything? I don't think I did. Okay, there's the next one. That's far away. Let's start off from here. I just, I don't know what to do with the bosses, though. Because the problem is that I don't really know what kind of things I might potentially need. Because technically I'm currently leveling... Wait, what am I leveling? I'm currently... Theoretically, I'm leveling her talents, I guess, right? Maybe? Because her weapons leveled, her levels leveled. And then maybe I don't... Yeah. Yeah, technically I'm leveling her talents, but those aren't counted as bosses, right? So... what? I mean, well, technically I could maybe prepare.
From whence you came!
Eat this!
Midnight Phantasmagoria!
Seriously? What the fuck were you doing here? Why is there always one sort of standing somewhere in the back?
Barbados, guide us.
Nice and spicy!
A touch of frost.
Oz revealed by...
Go as one! At the frying pan, into the fire!
Swift and merciful. Submit for justice.
Huh, yeah, for some reason they have a lot of these enemies that drop the arrowheads. It's kind of interesting. There's the next one. Alright, so I need to replenish my resin once more. Maybe I'll just not do the boss enemies, although it's... wouldn't it be kind of a waste to not do them? I don't know. Wait, is there a way to get there faster? I don't think so. I mean, in a way, this would be a perfect opportunity to use this wind thing, right? Where they, oh, for fuck's sake, I need to replenish my stamina. I wish the wind thing would work like the one in Breath of the Wild. That's actually one thing that Breath of the Wild does better. As soon as you unlock the, like one of the, if you kill one of the, or not kill, but if you solve one of the corruptions from the, whatever they were called, like the big machines, right?
I swear by my sword.
In Breath of the Wild,
As you wish, main Fräulein.
they give you the ability to use the, like this wind jump, where you can just jump up with a wind current at any given point, without having to have like a high point to jump off from, right?
Barbados, guide us.
So
By royal decree!
I wish they would let you do the same thing here. They do it really quickly. Alright. Did I get everything? Yeah. I do really like these blossoms, because they're done very, very quickly, and they're a great way to spend your resin if you don't really know what else to get. I mean, in a way, I could also do just some... Wait, aren't they... Let me see. Are these the things that you can collect? Go over to gadgets and equip this thing. Yeah, they are. So now we have 3. Alright, that's cool. Can I just switch it now? Or does it get rid of them? No. Okay. Well, fair enough.
One with my blade.
Go as one!
It is always great if you hit so many at once. That just feels awesome. Once again, the biggest strength of this game is just its actual gameplay is really, really good. the way these things all interact with each other, and the fact that you can literally like do all these elemental reaction things and whatever, that's just really awesome.
Forth, my blade.
Midnight Phantasmagoria. Go as one.
Killing things this quickly is really that's where the fun in this game lies. That's really, really cool. Oh right, you don't actually need to claim the rewards to for it to count towards the weeklies, right? That's kind of weird. How far does the battle pass go? So level 50, right? And you have how many days to do it? 40? Which means what? 6 weeks technically? Oh yeah, the resin would also be finished with one more thing. Yeah, I mean, well, obviously since you also want to use the resin and you want to complete this, that also makes sense to do, right? Well, what are we doing then, huh? I mean, I guess the next character that I want to level, or rather ascend, would be Fischl.
Universe and founded paradise. For Fischl, and the princess
I just don't really like fighting these weird cube things. Then again, maybe this one isn't too bad compared to the animal one. The problem with the animal one is that it just flies away so far, right? It's just really annoying to deal with. Also the fact that Jean is one of my strongest characters and she can't really do anything against the animal one. But yeah, I mean, let's just go for that, I guess. Kill it 3 times. I need to probably want to have Ningguang for that then.
Disappoint me.
This might be a good team to try it. It's over here, right? Yeah, I hope you can kill this quicker. I don't remember how it worked though. There it is. I don't remember how this one worked. Let's see. So maybe actually put in good crit rate attack. Let's put in these things and this one. It'll make it go quicker as well. I think this thing could theoretically deal like a bunch of damage to you.
Spirit blade, attack!
Out of the frying pan.
Don't waste
What?
my time. It's nothing.
Go as one.
Wait, why is it immune to that? What? Doesn't take as much damage as I would like it to take, but...
Give up.
I hate that they don't take any damage at all. That's probably the thing that I'm just annoyed most by. Oh shit, when you're fighting these things. That they don't take any damage at all. Oh, for fuck's sake. While you're, while they're in this weird form where they have, like, their things going on here, right? And they just, they cover themselves up way too often, I feel like. That's the problem.
A touch of frost.
Wind, hear me.
See, in situations like this, it's just... I really wish it would work differently. Oh yeah, I remember this. This was actually really annoying. I mean, the thing is, I like their design in general, right? There are definitely boss fights that have these things here going on, right? Where they're just, like, in a way, have a really cool, almost MMO-like design in a lot of ways. But, yeah, again, the fact that they're completely invulnerable is what makes them so annoying. I don't think that should be the case, actually.
Give up! Submit for justice!
Booba, get them! Go as one!
But yeah, as I said, this thing is a lot better to fight against compared to the animal one. I do remember this having like a last phase as well, though, right? Wasn't there something that this thing did as well? Oh, for fuck's sake. Where it's, yeah, I think this, right? Well, oh, right, you had to, like, how did this work?
Swift and merciful. It's nothing.
Fuck. Yeah. Alright, now I do remember this. This was really annoying at the end because, well, yeah, I mean, you saw why.
Don't waste my time.
I definitely need to get Jean's attack off, though. That's what's dealing the most damage to it.
A touch of frost. From whence you came.
And that's also kind of ridiculous, right? The fact that you need essentially, like, you can't even get off all the R2s of all your characters. That's how quickly they go invulnerable again, right? That's... I don't know. Why? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Give up.
Oh, Ningguang doesn't have enough damage for that. For fuck's sake. Well, I need to keep Chongyun's stuff for that.
Don't waste my time.
Because that's really OP if you have Chongyun, because it counts everything as being an elemental hit, right? As long as you have the ice thing on the floor, it counts everything as an elemental hit, which makes this whole thing completely irrelevant, essentially. Alright. Need to replenish it a bit more. Yes. Got 2 of these. This is also new, I think. It's cool. Alright, now at least we already got the resin as well. And then let's just defeat it 2 more times and be done with it. You think if I travel to this one, it'll have respawn? It'll have respawn? Is that the correct term? It'll be respawned? No, I mean, it'll have? Wouldn't that work as well? I don't know. Let's see how quickly they respawn. No. Shit. Probably takes like 5 minutes. Does it tell you somewhere? Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't want to go in there. Actually, for some reason... Why doesn't it show you a respawn timer if it actually has one? It's a bit weird. Guess maybe you just have to sort of reload the area, maybe? I also don't know... Is Ningguang actually a good choice for this? I mean, she certainly isn't a bad one. The problem isn't necessarily that she's a bad choice for this. The problem is that I literally can't switch my characters fast enough to deal enough damage in the short phases where it's available to deal damage to it, right? Just, well, kind of annoying, yeah. That's the, I think, basic design problem that I have with these things. I very much like fighting against them. The problem is just that they essentially spend more time being invulnerable compared to being vulnerable, and that's just not that much fun overall. Alright, I mean, this thing isn't really that hard to do, so let's get in this one more time. Just deal a bit more damage, make it go by quicker.
Submit!
Swift and merciful.
Not bad. Whoa, that was the wrong direction.
Submit for judgment.
You really want to get out that swirl from Jean. That just deals a lot of damage to it.
You're toast! Out of the frying pan, into the...
I definitely need to remember to keep... Yeah, for fuck's sake. The problem is, technically, you can, like, attack it while it's doing this one, right? It's just, it's really annoying to do.
Give up.
Ooh.
Don't waste my time. Your life is mine.
Go as well. Boba, get them!
Give up.
I mean, once you do remember how it works, though, this thing is really, like, it has way shorter phases compared to, like, the animal one. The animal one has the big problem that it sort of has a couple of damage phases that for some reason are kind of, what's the word? Useless in a way? Ugh.
Spirit Blade.
Nice and
Alright, nice. And we just need to kind of try to hit it in the middle. Like this. And of course not.
Go as one. Don't waste my time.
I hope that... of course... For fuck's sake! The problem is you can't really aim Chung Yun's thing, right? Or rather, it automatically aims at one of them, even though you want to aim it in the middle of the arena. It's a bit unfortunate, but whatever.
Forth, my blade.
Still fine. Yes. Okay. Well, now the issue is that, oh, for fuck's sake. I guess I need to activate 2 and then just convert them into condensed. Ah, that's really unfortunate. Or just do even more leyline blossoms. Fuck, it's much later. I wanted to end stream like almost an hour ago. It's just not really how I planned this to go, unfortunately. Or fortunately. I mean, it's well, at least it's still fun. I just really would have preferred to do this tomorrow. Alright, now we have, what, 60 resin. Yeah, so unfortunately I need to kind of spend the resin somewhere. So I guess I want to do one more of those blossom things. I don't think that I would have necessarily needed the... Oh, for fuck's sake, it actually... Wait. That's weird. So, what, has a respawn time of like 3 minutes or something? Why does it actually tell you somewhere? Yeah, whatever. Wait, which direction am I actually looking? So, I guess over there is actually the new stuff? Somewhere? Yeah, I really wonder why they decided to put the new stuff like far out onto the ocean rather than close to the already existing areas. It's definitely an interesting decision. Alright, let's hope that it has respawned. I mean, I do remember doing this a couple of times. I think that was also, like, back in the day when I started the game. That was definitely also a thing that I frequently did when the battle pass reset. You always had these sort of short weeks where you had to use things like condensed resin and these resin things to replenish everything, right? So that you were actually able to fulfill all of the like weekly stuff. Oh, right. I should also let me go back here and use this one more time.
One with my blood.
Don't waste my time.
Boba, get them!
Submit for judgment.
Kind of weird that Ningguang suddenly sometimes sets her stuff like not close to the boss, but rather somewhere else. That's a bit strange, but alright. Yeah, still, I mean, the damage phases on this thing are still like much better than the ones on the animal thing.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. It's nothing.
It's a bit unfortunate that it actually doesn't really, like the teddy bear doesn't hit it, unfortunately.
Go as one.
Wait, hear me.
What? Also, for some reason, it's much easier to sort of make out when it's actually doing something.
From whence you came.
Go as one.
Ah, fuck. I almost got off the second attack from Jean. The only thing that's annoying about this part is that it's sort of shooting these things out faster than you would be able to evade them. I mean, it's not too bad, but...
Your life is mine. Nice and spicy. Go as one.
Also, I already want to save Chongyun's thing, probably, hopefully. Wait!
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Don't waste my time.
Alright, let's see if we can do that this
A touch
time.
of frost.
Nope.
Give up.
I don't know why sometimes Ningguang's stuff is actually hurting it, and then sometimes it's not. That's somewhat weird. And I also remember that in the past I was actually I was able to aim Chongyun's stuff a lot better than what I did here. I do remember it being somewhat easier to hit it like that. Although I could have also, well, the Zhang Ling's super should also be able to do that, technically. Nice. Alright. I won't look at my artifacts right now, though. I can definitely, probably with the amount of stuff that I got, I should be able to upgrade my artifacts at least once, I think. Or rather, like, what are the words I'm looking for? I think I should be able to upgrade my artifacts, or one artifact that Changling's using, to level 16, actually. Yeah. Well, fuck. Now I still need to spend the last 20 resin. Shit. Alright, let's do one more Blossom of... What is it called? Blossom of Wealth? Even though this unfortunately doesn't count for next week, but... Are you kidding me? Is it up there? Oh no, never mind. It's... Wait, where is it? Huh? It is up there. Yeah, I hate it. Every time you want to do something quickly, you then have to, like, climb up all the way. Although, let me... Well, this doesn't really make it quicker, which I guess is why this is so dumb. I mean, the fact that this exists is cool, right? For fuck's sake. Well, unless your character does that, right? Fucking hell. Yeah, I don't know. That's really unfortunate. I would have really liked that gadget to be designed a lot better. Oh, I forgot to switch back to official. Whatever.
Barbados, guide us.
One with my blade. Submit for judgment.
Nice and spicy. Don't waste my time. Your life is mine.
I do kind of like how they always fly around like that. And then it also, the freaking thing even has a respawn time, I just noticed. What the fuck? Why not just put it... In this case, they really should have just copied Breath of the Wild with their stuff, where you can use it, like, once every, I don't know, 3 minutes or something, and... But at least it's, like, you don't need to replenish it, right? I don't know. Kind of weird that they did it this way here.
Give up.
Well, at least we also got some of the arrowheads that are usually really annoying to get. I'm kind of... The weird part is, I mean, I know that you can manually reset your world level, but as soon as you reach one, you kind of don't really want to go back, because you also get better rewards, right? But, I mean, I know that everything just takes longer, but considering that everything's on, like, level, I don't know, 80-something, it's really not that bad, even though I only have, like, 2 or 3 characters at 70. But yeah, the, what was I going to say? I wonder, like, how they're doing that. Like, at what point the world level increases again. Wait, from level 20 onwards, your world level will increase 1 every 5 adventure rank levels. The maximum adventure rank is 60. The maximum world level is 8. Additionally, you need to complete adventure rank ascension quests in 50, respectively. Okay. Oh, when your adventure rank reaches the maximum, any extra adventure experience will be converted to Mora. Oh, that's cool. After reaching world level 5, the option to decrease your world level will become available. Decreasing your world level lowers the level of leyline bosses opponents in the open world, but also decrease the rewards you gain from defeating them. After changing your world level, you can change it again for the next 24 hours. After decrease after 0 must wait. Okay. So yeah, the thing is, on 50, it will technically increase again, and at that point, my characters will definitely not be higher than 70, or what they currently are, so... Hoo boy. Okay, learn of the Loom of Fates, sneering at the power of the gods. These are the things... like the quests, right? Who will be reunited? Yeah. Okay. Well then, I think that's pretty much it for today, right? I've spent my resin, I've done a bunch of other stuff, and I've been online way longer than I wanted to be. I probably should have just started earlier. I mean, I kept to the schedule that I originally planned, which was for Final Fantasy XIV, right? But, well, I mean, I guess I didn't really plan to actually finish off the quests that I finished.
Mora doesn't grow on trees.
Let's zoom in a bit. Yeah, this looks cool as an end screen. All right. Yeah, so this is it for the stream. I went a bit longer than I wanted to. I mean, it's like the stream itself isn't really that long. It's just my local time is getting kind of late. And I want to get up early tomorrow, so we'll see, I guess. I don't really know if there's going to be a stream tomorrow. I kind of want to continue playing Genshin, but I don't know if I have time beyond doing dailies and stuff. Or rather, if I want to stream dailies and weeklies. Maybe it's going to depend somewhat on I have some IRL stuff to take care of. And then also, I probably still need to continue, or not continue, but I think need to finish my tomes in Final Fantasy XIV, maybe? I don't actually remember how much I did there this week. At this point, it's not too important since my main is already Biz, but yeah. Probably want to get in there as well. So yeah, not entirely sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow. Other than that, I will definitely update my stream schedule tomorrow, so you can always follow that. And the streams that are definitely going to take place are the Final Fantasy 14 stream on Tuesday. Although I might change some stuff around in terms of maybe playing Genshin beforehand, but again, that's going to somewhat depend, because I do want to do some weeklies in 14 as well. But then there's also definitely going to be Dark Souls 2 returning on Wednesday and Thursday. I kind of do want to start Elden Ring, but we also have to complete Astro's Playroom still. So, yeah, since I have to work Friday and Saturday as well, there's some other stuff going on. I don't know when I'll be able to jump into Elden Ring. Like, for me, in this case, it's really unfortunate that it technically releases on a Friday. And, well, I would probably be able to get it maybe before Friday as well. But I wouldn't be able to stream it. So I wouldn't be able to start that earlier than Friday, right? So with that in mind, I guess I'll take a look around where I can maybe get it a bit more cheaper, and then probably start next week. Or not next week. Well, yeah, next week. We already have Monday at this point. Whatever. But again, check out the stream schedule if you want to know more. Other than that, have a great rest of your evening, night, morning, day, wherever you are. And I hope to see you on the next one. Be it Genshin, Final Fantasy XIV, or Dark Souls 2. Or anything else, really. Elden Ring, maybe. Yeah, have a good one. I'll see you. Bye-bye.